Sorry, Chris, if you could go ahead and unmute for 1 second and then mute again.
Okay, unmuting. Can you hear us?
Sounds good. Give me one last check.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check, mic check. Cut creator. Okay, we're good. So, we'll, if you want to do that, I'll go live, then we can. So, however you want to, however you would like to go about that. So we're live now, so you can go ahead and begin. So
We have enough for a quorum.
yes, we do. We have 2 vacancies on the council. Evan does not vote, but he provides that direction as set forth. So out of the 7 members, where there are 6 present, so that it makes up enough of a quorum without Evan voting. So you are good.
All right, let's go ahead. It is, I show that it is 10 o'clock. My name is Mike McCandless. I'm chairman of the Utah Recreational Trails Advisory Council, and want to welcome everybody. Just quickly, just introductions, because we do have a couple of changes here. We'll go fairly quickly around here in the room, and then we'll see who is available, who can communicate online. I am Mike McCandless. I represent the Nordic component of the group. I've been on the board a fairly long time, serving as chairman now the last 2 or 3 years. And just look forward to getting this meeting done as fast as I possibly can get it done.
David Olson, I represent bicycles, and I'm from Moab.
Sarah Bennett, Executive Director of Trails Utah. I'm representing hikers at last. It used to be Nordic. Vice Chair, and trying to remember how long I've now been on this advisory committee. I think I'm going on 6 years or 7 years. So.
All right, I'm Becky Steinfels, and I work for State Parks, and I'm the Secretary of the Advisory Council.
Chris Haller, Utah Division of Parks and Recreation, Recreational Trails Grant Administrator and Off-Highway Vehicle Program Coordinator.
Beverly Heffernan, retired, and I don't know how I ever had time to go to work. I represent the equestrian interests, and I live in Sandy, Utah.
Julia Geisler, I'm a new member of this RTP board, I think. Yeah, I think it's Recreation at Large. I'm also the executive director of the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance. I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service representative.
Awesome. We have one more guest here.
My name is Dave Driggs, and I represent an organization called the Hutchins Museum Institute in Lehigh.
Awesome.
We have Evan Glenn. That's
So Evan, are you there? Could you introduce yourself? We're not hearing Evan. Are you there, Evan? We'll let him do it later if we have to. Absent that, once again, we want to welcome everybody. Just as in terms of an orientation for folks, and I'll have Chris help me out with this, but just generally for anybody who's kind of paying attention for the first time, this process is part of a funding program that's been administered by Utah State Parks. It actually includes a funds that comes through the U.S. Department of Transportation funding, correct, Chris?
yes. And so what I can do is I can jump. There's Evan here. So let's turn it to Evan.
Evan, you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Evan Glenn. I'm with the BLM. I represent on the committee in an advisory capacity.
Thank you.
Morning.
Thank you, Evan. I'm going to turn a minute over to Chris to just talk a little bit about background on the process and just some orientation so people are aware of what we're doing and why we're here today, and I'll kind of fill in if needed.
Evan, could you mute yourself, please? Let's get some feedback, please. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and so I really appreciate this opportunity. So let me share with you a little bit about RTP. So the Recreational Trails Program Grant, it's a process that's provided across all 50 states in the United States. And what it's derived from is a federal fuel tax surcharge placed off highway vehicles across our country. And then that's placed in the placed in the United States Transportation Fund Mechanism, or the Transportation Act. That is administered by the Federal Highway Administration. So we have a state liaison that we work with at the Federal Highway Administration. So each state receives their fair share portion of this gas tax. Some states receive more, some states receive less, but it's based upon that formula derived at that federal level. Typically in Utah, we average approximately $1.4 million. Now this year we have a little bit more than that. We have more than 2.2 million. To be exact, we have $2,234,338. That is equally divided here in Utah. 50% of that goes to the motorized side, 50% goes to the non-motorized for applications. Your colleagues across the aisle, the motorized, they met last week, and there's $0 left on their half that recommended to be authorized, which would equate to $1,117,169. So I can say through our fund balance that we have 78 cents. But we can't divide up that 78 cents because I like to keep it up around dollars. So this year we will have 78 cents left on the table in Utah. In years past, we've had 10 cents. We've had, these little nickel and dimes, so to speak. The important thing with this federal fund is that we make some really great recommendations that are then met mutually with your colleagues across the aisle with motorized, and they have a proposed date. We'll discuss that later in our meeting today. And so those combined recommendations are then presented to the Utah Department of Transportation Commission. So as I go back and I circle back, most of you know it takes me forever to answer a question. So I'm circling back now. So we make that presentation to the UDOT Transportation Commission because that's where the funding is actually earmarked at. It's not earmarked by the Division of Parks and Recreation. It falls under the Federal Highway Transportation Act funding. And so in the past, we've been able to present those, and they've done a tremendous job. And this year we are slated to present at the Transportation Commission on Friday, June 25th. So we are more or less, our backs are up against the wall, but hey, we're used to these tight time crunches along the way. So when those recommendations are presented after our combined meeting, they will be vetted through another public process for approximately 45 days. And so we'll make the presentations on the 25th of June, and then we'll come back in August at their meeting for final approval based upon those recommendations and or receipt of public comment. So that gives a little bit of information as to the historical data associated with RTP. And if you have any specific questions, I definitely will do my best to try to answer those now.
Any questions?
I have a question. Last year's 2020 funds that weren't used in a lot of the applications, is that included in that 100 million?
So why we have, great question, Julia, why we have additional funds this year is because in the past, we've had the 2018 projects that would have expired because we give them 2 years to complete a project. Some agencies request longer than 2 years, but we're not going to discuss those requests today. So those funds that are not utilized, or the funds that underutilized, say we have projects that come in, they requested amount of 20,000, but they only spent 17,000. We roll those over, and we work with our liaison to roll those over to ensure that they stay in Utah. Because what we do not want to do, and our liaison is very, very good at this, is we don't want to send any money back east. We want to utilize it for great projects here on the ground. And I might add that as you know, Julia, and most of you know, this is really the only consistent funding stream for non-motorized trails in Utah, consistently. So just to share that. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions that anybody has? Once again, this meeting has kind of been held at this time frame pretty much every year. We will try and do our best to get through this quickly. Before we actually dive into the applications, I will also ask Chris to kind of give us an update on the overall funds that were requested, and we'll make some initial evaluations of kind of dollars available if there's just requests, kind of first step. And then so we kind of know where we're starting from. That's kind of been the process we followed in the past. So we kind of work a total on our way through. We do have less applications this year than several of the more recent years. We've had years, I think, Chris, where we've even had more than 50, I think. So
Yeah, on average, yes, and you're exactly right. On average, we receive approximately 70 applications combined. This year, we received 32. So we've got a 50% reduction along those lines.
So with that, let's move on in the agenda. If everybody, no one minds, we'll go ahead and kind of have our working kind of required portion of that, which starts out with our nominations for chair and vice chair. Currently, I've been serving as chair, and we have a fine young lady here serving as our vice chair. And we want to start out our nominations, if so, for our chair for the 2021-2022 service term. I'll open the floor for nominations.
You want
I
to
have a
keep doing it?
Question, yeah. I was gonna ask the same question. Are you
I
guys
really
okay
don't
with
mind. It gives
continuing?
me more excuses to call Chris and bug him, so.
Well, because I think you guys are doing a great job, so.
Unless
I'm happy
there's,
to continue on as vice chair.
But I don't want to be
Michael
like, just
says-
keep it going if you don't want to do it.
if that's the case, I'd accept a motion to approve both the chair and vice chair by acclamation.
I'll move.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any
Can you guys
discussion?
state your names when you make motions?
Oh,
Sorry.
David.
Beverly seconds.
Thank you.
Motion by David, second by Beverly to retain the current leadership as currently constituted by acclamation. All in favor? Oh, hold on, point of order quick.
Yeah, just thank you, Chair. Just because we are live and virtual and want to remain transparent, each of you, Becky will go through at different times. So you'll be number one. She'll rotate through, but you have to individually say, for example, Sarah, yes or no. David, yes or no. So individually, you'll have to state your name and say yes or no, because that is a point of order since we are live through the YouTube feed.
Okay.
Sorry about that detail. I should have provided that to you in advance.
Okay. So we can start with Sarah.
I approve, yes.
Okay, Beverly
Yes.
and David Olson
Yes.
and Julie,
Yes.
Evan. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And is that it?
Should have.
Oh, Mike
Yes.
and Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any opposed? Just any comments before we accept that? So we have that approved. I'll mark that as approved by for acclamation. Appreciate your trust in us. I actually, like I said, I enjoy the work. I enjoy the extra opportunities to deal with Chris. And it's been an interesting process sometimes. So
Working with Chris.
with those, let's talk then. Let's move ahead onto the agenda to talk about the specific grant proposals. As we talked about, there are less proposals this year. One of the other approaches that I like to take as chair, unless people have a problem with that, is after we do kind of our quick, I'll have Chris kind of summarize the totals if we can. Chris, if you're okay with that. But I also typically like to identify if we have any, and I'll start with Chris, but ask any other members if we have any applications that we believe may not be eligible for various reasons, that we might actually exclude any potential applications before we go through the entire process, if that's acceptable to everybody. Okay.
And I can jump in here, Chair, and just to let you know, applications 2021, they were vetted at the motorized. So that would be something that this council would need to move on. They reviewed those and felt that it was an error by the applicant for filling out an incorrect application. They were more of a non-motorized application in nature, but they completed the motorized. So that council recommended that they get moved over here. That's why they showed up in your inbox, I believe, on Thursday. Beverly, you had a question.
E-bikes have a motor,
E-bikes do have a motor, yes.
so we're not motorized.
Correct. But I believe those portions of those two applications take into account both sides of use. And that could be a discussion or a topic to talk about the combined.
Okay, I'm just confused.
That is.
It's a hot topic among equestrians.
It's a hot topic
Among
everywhere you
hikers,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, everywhere you go.
Okay, well, that was my question.
Yeah.
How do you suggest we address those two? Would we want to do so by a motion, or how would you?
I think this council, if they feel as if those two should be included for review at this council level, probably should take into account a motion to accept those two and review them accordingly with the other applications.
That's 20 and 21, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think to simplify the process, I would actually, once again, unless people haven't a chance to review, we've had those for a few days, some information on those. I'd like to actually have a motion to accept those in for the review process, and that way we can just go quickly through everything. And once again, if they're voted to be not eligible because they don't meet the criteria, then that's a different story. But
David, motions to approve these to be accepted in for review.
have a motion, thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, and Sarah second the motion. All in favor of accepting these two? If you'll go ahead, Becky, and do the roll call.
Pull up my thing again. Okay, so Cheryl.
Yes.
All right, I gotta get on the right list. Brody's not on this one. Okay, David,
Yes.
Julie,
Julia, yes,
Julia, sorry,
no worries.
Sarah,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Beverly,
No,
and is that everybody?
Yeah, Cheryl.
I said her first.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I was-
I have a question on other ones. I just wait till that one comes. And I didn't bring my stack of applications with me.
Yeah, that didn't mean we.
Number
died then.
9.
No, it doesn't mean
Just
they'll be
means we're gonna
approved, just
bring them.
we'll discuss them.
Well, I understand. Number 9, where it said, check off the trail uses, listed motorized as a use.
Yeah,
And that confused me.
I was confused about that one.
Okay, well, let's address the question that's on the floor right now, which is the addition of those two. I show that we do have a majority accepting those for discussion. Once again, I show that as motion passed. We will discuss those. So assuming that's okay with everybody, let's go ahead and just start. Chris, if you wouldn't mind identifying if there are any that, from the administrator perspective, that we have concerns about whether or not they actually meet the minimum criteria for being considered.
So there is one application that arrived late, and the representative from the Hutchins Museum and Institute is present in the audience. This application was dropped off after May 1st. There was some miscommunication, et cetera, where staff wasn't available here on that Saturday to collect those. And we mentioned, hey, it could have been mailed, but we also understand that sometimes mail may not be appropriate and things along those lines. So I did want to bring that forward. I also think that if the council wants to hear what the representative has to say from the Hutchins Museum and Institute, that may be a fair approach to take.
I think we have the opportunity, this is a public meeting. If you want to kind of have a conversation with them about their application before making that decision, I'd be completely fine with that. Yeah, please, you have the floor if you want to just discuss your application a little bit. And
Sure.
we do limit this to a couple of minutes, but.
Yeah. Thank you so much for letting me come, and I'm sort of at your mercy. And I understand I've been doing grants for a long time, so I understand that there are hard and fast rules. So I'm sort of at the mercy at that. There was sort of some wording that we thought implied that it must be in hand on Saturday at 5 as opposed to the postmark. And reading through that more carefully, we understand you allowed for the postmark. So we came to deliver that. And anyway, so I completely understand. Let me just talk a little bit about Hutchings, why in our application. Hutchings Museum is about 60 years old. It's in Lehigh. It was named after John Hutchings, who was an explorer in the 1930s. The mission of Hutchings is to tell the story of Utah County, Utah Lake, the history. The collection is significant, but another really, again, I apologize for the lateness of our application and ask you humbly to consider accepting us into the review.
Thank you.
I would just comment that past practices, I think I've been here the longest, past practices, once we do try to hold to a fairly firm timeline. However, the Saturday date is a bit concerning or challenging. I would certainly agree. You know, one recommendation that I might have would be is that we would do something we've done in the past. We might set this application aside, complete the other reviews, see where the budget comes out, and then make our determinations kind of combined with the date as well as where the overall budget lies. Once again, we do have less total applications. I haven't totaled up, applications versus available dollars yet, but that would be just a suggested approach, is to, set it aside, review that application after the others that were submitted on time were reviewed, and then make a decision kind of based on where we are with the overall funding at that point. That's a suggestion from the chair.
It's like 1.3 million was requested and 1.1 million
We have
was available.
a little bit, but
65,000.
I knew it was there, but my brain's not good enough to address it. So
I guess a quick question I do have on this application while we have you here. It was hard for me to tell which items that RTP was going to be funding, because there were options like garbage cans and rehabilitation and native plants. And I'm not sure, Chris, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure those are typically things that would be funded through RTP. So I guess, like, what, for instance, is rehabilitate? Because isn't there like 20,000 or something in rehabilitation? So what are you guys counting as rehabilitation, just so we know?
The rehabilitation is the physical fixing of the trail in spots and adding some shoulder to the spot and fixing some entryways into the onto the trail from the neighborhoods.
Okay.
So rehabilitation is that, but it would probably include some landscaping as part of that. It wouldn't just be that. It might also include some aesthetic.
Okay.
Which number application?
30.
30.
And we apologize. In the past, we've been able to put the application up for our review. But we have an owl and all these other speakers, so I'm not technically equipped to show that. I think Becky can bring those up, but it would probably be difficult to see that off of her screen since we're not sharing the mutual screen. So
We can just say what project number it is. That helps.
yeah.
I've got them all.
A lot of times we also just cut a lot of funds off people's requests, and we can.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
fully fund every
Yeah,
single.
we just say, well, we don't like that fence, we don't like a lot of things.
Yeah, it
so we
doesn't
just
qual.
Kick it
Yeah.
out.
And you're exactly right, David, and I do want to let the council know that as well. Thanks for bringing that forward. I empowered this council to make that decision. You're the representatives that make up the community in general from your constituents. And so you know your specific classes and you know a lot more in detail on the ground because this is what you play in on a daily basis. And so if something jumps out and you believe that's overpriced or underpriced, you're empowered to either increase or decrease that requested amount for RTP.
So long as it's not more than 50% on the increase.
Correct. And in addition to that, if a budget is increased, then we would need to go back to that particular project manager, see if they're willing to accept the increase, and then they would need to submit an updated budget. But that's a discussion we could have later this afternoon.
Is this an open floor to discuss this application and ask questions?
I think it would be appropriate since they're present here today. I think once again, I don't want to ask them to stay because they're like towards the bottom. So I'd be comfortable with that. It's the chair's discretion. I think I'll allow that.
Because it seems like your eligible projects do say rehabilitation, but not landscaping. So I guess if it's reseeding of the sides that were, replanting of vegetation, that's one thing. But if it's landscaping, as in what, putting in grass, it's not native, that's not.
Right, it would all be native reseeding.
Reseeding, so it's not
It's not like we're creating a little park.
That was a question I had as well. Yeah.
Or
As well as, is there a 5K for planning and development of the project? Because that was another thing that didn't. Trail planning and engineering design was not included as an eligible item, but is there 5,000 that was
It was 5,000 for research and design.
research and design? That might be something cut.
Yeah.
As
Well,
in,
there has been, there is obviously, there will be some research and design elements into it, but we, if it doesn't fit exactly the model, that makes sense.
or other funders could fund that part, but RTP can't.
Right, other
Yeah.
funders could fund it, the city can fund it, they're one of our big partners,
Right.
our organization, and some of our other partners could fund that, things that are not eligible.
Yeah, so bumping that to a different partner.
And of course, we would be delighted with any kind of support, so we understand when we put in that position, less amount, we can still make the project work.
Awesome.
Those are my questions.
Any other questions? Obviously, we won't address your, vote on it at this time. We'll vote, towards the end. My predecessor called it rack and stack. We'll do that approach later. But, once again, you're free to stay, but we probably won't address your specific application until later in the meeting.
Well, I appreciate your time, thanks so much, good luck.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Chris, are there any others that we have administrative concerns about from your perspective?
I did not see any that did not meet.
That makes our life easier when you do.
I do want to, however, before I caveat into that, I want to come back and say a couple of things. Is application number 27. That is
Yeah, I had a
that is with Layton City. So let me give you some background and history with that particular one. 2 years ago, this advisory council made the recommendation to fund that project for the underpass tying in from the city, connecting that to Adams Canyon. And they were unable to complete the project. It is outside of Layton City's ability to control that because they're working with Utah Department of Transportation in that the US 89 corridor. There are some hiccups. Perhaps you've heard of something that came about last year called COVID. Plus there were some other engineering designs, plans, things that were outside the city's control. So in our due diligence, when an application is not completed or a project is not completed within that particular timeline, we reach out and notify the project manager. In this case, the project manager requested an extension. And we believe staff directed the applicant to resubmit the same project to present in front of this council because the timeline is still unknown if they would have been able to complete it within a year time frame. So rather than take that risk staff encouraged them to resubmit the application based upon the merits and saying, look, this is a good project. It was recommended before by this council. And so we encouraged them to resubmit, which they did, because then that gives them potentially 2 years to complete the project rather than maybe 10 months or 12 months. And it would not hold those 2019, 2018 funds up any longer.
I have a question on that because I did perceive that, yeah, that was why we were seeing it again. Are they dependent on UDOT to finish the NEPA? Because I thought, gee, they started it long ago and the NEPA is still not done.
I believe they are trying to tie both of those elements collectively together with NEPA, is that they have certain items that they have to do, but it's also with UDOT completing some of their portions. So it's one of those, it's a unique project where the hand has to fit nicely in the glove.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a clarifying question I had for eligibility if NEPA had to be signed and complete, because it seemed like that one.
Yeah,
And
that's
maybe
kind of
two
related.
others had-
Before you commit federal funds, doesn't NEPA have to be completed?
That's always been a topic of discussion by this council in this, and it is not a requirement to be completed prior to recommendation of being funded or approval of being funded. However, I will continue to go on the record. I would encourage applicants to have NEPA completed prior to.
It can be a requirement for scoring.
Sure, yeah. And I think what that does is that lets this advisory council know, along with the Transportation Commission, to know it's a shovel-ready project and that we're not going to get tied down with other outlying.
Right, yeah, that was what kind of where I was coming from. Is it in fact shovel ready?
Everybody knows NEPA always is on schedule and on time.
Betcha.
Right.
No risk.
I was never late with them. There was one other that I had a process check, kind of checklist question on, and that was the anchor, the climbing anchors.
Yeah,
They didn't
I had a
put
question.
a
What
start.
number?
I believe that.
Somebody's here.
28. 28.
This is the fun part.
Where you review whether it begins no sooner than September, they didn't list a start date on their application. And so it's impossible to say whether it'll
I
be.
can answer that because I submitted it.
Okay.
If I'm allowed to answer that question.
Yes.
To clarify, the project has begun, but this is an ongoing maintenance issue. So I sent a letter this morning saying that was an error in my application. I didn't know if it was able to be looked at or not.
15 yards in delay of game.
But when I looked through my application, I was like, oh, there's 2 errors. That being one, we understand that the funds for RTP cannot be applied for the scope of work that has begun before September 1st. However, this will be going into the end of this fall and next year.
Does that
Yeah, I
change?
got the impression that it was ongoing. It's just that,
Yeah.
did the applicant think that they could get the money right now? Or
You know,
that's
that
kind of what the
can't start
applicant
until
Question is, anchors is that an eligible thing to buy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So to clarify that with David, to let you know, Utah is the first in the country to award a vertical trail system. And Julia may correct me because I think the terminology has since changed.
Brought you some
Oh,
too.
I'm like,
And so they are known as a vertical line trail, very similar to a water trail system that you would see in the Midwest or East. We did pursue that for clarification, and we received that is it's still a trail and it is eligible. And so that change, Utah is able to change more or less a process that was not forward thinking with RTP years ago, which who would have guessed that, hey, this could be something that would be entertaining. Okay. Does that help?
Yeah, we used to, like the trail to the place, but that's okay. Going straight up is pretty cool.
Coming straight down.
Yeah, even faster.
It has the potential to connect to other trails too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hesitate to use vertical trails just because of Forest Service speak.
Yeah, well,
Trail work
they-
and it's
don't
not
worry,
the
they'll
same.
modify your terminology
Yeah,
anyway.
so, yeah.
Uh,
So I had a question about the amount of protection that's being replaced, and how do you identify
Sure.
which ones are good to go, good to be replaced, and those that maybe ought to be phased out or don't necessarily jive with the route that's been recorded by who? Like, how do you decide what route?
Being maintained.
Yeah.
Great question. So to back up, climbing routes were developed by climbers since the 1960s, and we're one of those user groups that is now coming to ask for forgiveness of that resource that's been there since the 1960s, now that it's being used by the public. Thousands of climbers are climbing these routes every day. So the first ascensionists used whatever gear they had available at the time. That was the best metals and things that they had, and the best like pitons were first, right? And these things were just forged in people's basements because things like this wave bolt didn't exist. So long story short, what we look for is the oldest gear, the gear that's on the routes that are climbed the most. We kind of get that data from guidebooks of the year that the route was established, as well as Mountain Project, which records how many climbs are climbed, as well as like proximity to the road. And in our trail counter data, knowing like how many people are going to that crag that's at Storm Mountain. Like you go to Storm Mountain Reservoir Ridge, you can see climbers there every weekend. However, if you go farther afield, maybe those routes aren't as used. So we prioritize the routes that are most highly used by the public based on those two data sets. And then our anchor maintenance crew goes there and assesses these bolts as they're going up. And the way we assess them is kind of cool. If it's stainless steel, we use magnets to identify if it's mixed metals or not. So if it's not mixed metals, usually your magnet will stick right to one of the metals, and then you'll also see, you know, the corrosion happening around the bolt, which is it's wearing down to the elements of water, and it's probably not stainless steel. So, and then the last part of this, and I'm happy to talk more about this because it is a different application than most, is that we're collecting data from the general public as well of what they're seeing and populating a database on that, and then sending our anchor maintenance crews to these areas with the other data sets. So, and then keeping track of what we're doing out there. But we are the first in the nation to be doing this in a professional landscape with paid employees, as opposed to just a volunteer effort trying to get this done, and really trying to make it legitimate, because these are routes that are not being maintained by anybody.
Well, so back in the day, if you were the millionth climber and you noticed that one of those was going to fail, did people just replace them as they went?
People usually just clip them and go until, you know,
Until it doesn't.
yeah. And what's the problem is that more and more climbers are coming out of the climbing gyms thinking that those are being maintained by somebody, and nobody is maintaining them. So
That would be a concern for me, but you know, heights are a thing.
Awesome, thank you. Once again, we'll address that specifically when we get to that particular item. Are there any others that needed attention from the other council members?
I want to chime in and probably going to ask this council after our review today for some further direction. One of the nuances, you know, every year there seems to be a nuance. This year I've noticed a lot of, I'm just going to be blunt, laziness of applicants just to submit the same Office of Outdoor Recreation letters to this application. And
I saw that too.
and I'm not being hard on people. This is not the Office of Outdoor Recreation. This is a federal grant. This is the Division of Parks and Recreation. And so I believe there's a common courtesy to at least on some of the applicants. I liked how it was left open to whom it may concern. That to me meets, but I will express that we fully support the Office of Outdoor Recreation in their efforts. They've done a tremendous job of funding a multitude of projects across the state based upon the legislature's support through the transient room tax %. And so we also take into account those projects that have been awarded as we look at some of these same applications. So that will be a topic of discussion that I would like to have with this council later today to clearly maybe spell out that support letters are addressed to the Recreational Trails Advisory Council. That, and I'm just noticing, I noticed that a lot yesterday, and I just want to go on record that this is not the Office of Outdoor Recreation. This is the Utah Division of Parks and Recreation Federal Highway Recreational Trails Grant.
Chris, do you have an update on who was, because there are a lot of projects in here that I'm not sure they can make their match unless the OR
I made notes as I
RI
went.
grant was awarded. So you have a record of which ones of those did get awarded through that process?
Yes,
Okay.
I wrote those down
That'll be helpful.
as I reviewed those. There, it is available online for
Okay.
us to go. I can pull up the OR website, but I have noted that in my review of who's met those and who have not.
Perfect. That'll help. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great feedback as an applicant to say to whom it may concern.
Yes.
Well, I think that's partially, they did amend their grant cycle time, actually partly at our request,
Yeah.
so that they were more able to have
Just
the two
helpful.
link, for funding. So that's, I think it's a little bit of just kind of working through a process that's actually fairly new to them.
It is a main match.
And they did change their timeline to be closer to ours to help, after coming to one of these meetings, actually, they made some of those changes. So
Yeah.
I would assume that's part of the reason why is they're close. Previously, they were further apart, so it was harder for people to kind of copy and paste
Yeah.
because the times were far, except for now that they're pretty close. I think that's the laziness or whatever you want to call it might kick in. So having said that, any others before we just dive in?
Those were the only ones that and this is their posting. I've brought it up, and we can get to that point. Those were the only concerns that I wanted to express with the council.
Any other committee members have any comments before we start?
Just one is the cost of materials and this and that has gone up a lot, and maybe even since they've done this. So
That's a good point, yeah.
It's so true.
And that'll get addressed
Yeah.
at the other meeting, though, not Chris, to some extent, at the later summer meeting when we actually adopt the rates. Will that be addressed? I mean, there are some substantial cost increases hitting the economy right now, particularly with a lot of the materials that were used on our projects.
Yeah.
And obviously, we'll present that at the combined meeting. Keep in mind that when we present that equipment cost list, that's not a directive for any applicant or agency to use. It's only if nothing has been adopted by that agency, municipality, nonprofit organization. It's a recommendation or a guide to use. Now, the volunteer hours must be utilized, and I believe there is one application in here that describes volunteer hours at a $50 an hour rate. So that is something that we may
I
want to
go
take into
volunteer.
account. Our $24.99 is set on any volunteer, any age, any skill set, and is defensible and is utilized by other federal agencies. So that's why we adopt it here in Utah.
So I'm glad Dave brought that. I mean, the cost, for instance, concrete, at least in our part of the world, has gone up by, from about $115 up to about $190 a yard.
Oh, yeah.
Just in our.
I was gonna build some wooden planter boxes, but it's cheaper to go buy the galvanized ones now.
Yeah, I
So-
brought that up at our motorized council meeting. Some of our grants, lumber's increased like 3 times to what it was when we put in for the grants. And we even have some projects for like bridges that the lumber companies won't sell us beams because we're not in the housing industry. So like we're already running into some of those challenges that we're trying to navigate, but it's there for sure.
I did notice that in the budgets that the volunteer hours were all over the place.
They
with
were
how
all
much
over,
they
Yeah.
assign the value, so.
Yeah.
And we have some latitude, once again, as a recommending body to make some adjustments as
Yeah.
needed. And that's what we've done in the past, is if we see something out of whack, we use that as a way to adjust the match component, which often then adjusts the award component. And that's actually often how we actually get our budget down within our our components. So with that, I think I'm going to recommend we follow the numerical order that was given to us. Just, 1 through, I believe it is 32. Unless anybody has any other order they would like to follow. If not, let's go ahead. We'll begin with application number 1. Sponsor is Uinta Wasatch Cash. How do you want to handle these, Chris? Do you have any preference?
I think if, to me, you've heard from staff that the applicant, the concerns that we had on some of the applications, this application has met the merits. I can talk on the history and some of the things that jump out.
Great.
And keep my comments to a minimal. I know that's probably just finds it opposite the end, but yeah. So
I'll just turn some time over to you on each one of these, Chris. If you have short comments, we'll let you lead on each one of those, and then if there's comments from the members of the council, we'll have those follow you.
So this is a 2022 non-motorized RTP application request from the Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest. They submitted a similar project grant application last year, and we have the Forest Service representative here. So rather than me bumbling my way through it, I believe it probably would be appropriate to have her discuss that.
Yeah, so it is a continuation basically of the same model that we did last year, trying to streamline our efforts. In the past, the council would have probably seen 5 different applications from our forest. We're continuing to work together as a group to identify some of the highest priorities on the forest and to capture those into one grant. So as you saw this year, we have this one and then one other that was large enough scale it couldn't be combined into here. So it is definitely helping. There are some kinks to learn and work through as we combine like that, but I feel like overall it's created a lot of efficiency as well as working better together across the forest to identify those projects instead of just showing up to the council and not knowing what was going to be here. We know as a forest that this is priority work. Like you mentioned, this is one of our only mechanisms, this and RRI, which we did get awarded the component for UCC to do I think it's 38 weeks worth of UCC crew time on the forest, which is awesome. And so this is the Forest Service component of the seasonals to support those efforts and to continue the work. So yeah, it's combining those 2 funds to try to keep non-motorized trails open and available. So
Clarifying question, with the legislature this year, the RRI can still match RTP, correct?
Correct. Yes. Just also
I hope so. Yes.
great question, Julia.
Yes. There's stuff
Is
to-
that RTP can match any state, private, or local funds, which would be a municipality, county, ZAP tax, trax tax, whatever. It cannot meet another federal grant fund match, though.
So RRI did not get put into the federal world. Okay.
Yeah, it's under the Office of Outdoor Recreation.
Still, okay. Thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? So just to process, I'm going to suggest we do it. We were given the scoring sheets in the past. I'm going to suggest the reason why I want to have the discussion is it gives you an opportunity to kind of adjust your initial thoughts. So most of us have gone through and done an initial scoring. The comments and discussion that we'll have here, you might want to make those changes. So I'm not going to ask for scoring until we've actually been through all the applications to give you a chance to maybe edit those in your mind. So at the conclusion of the review of each of the processes, Becky and Chris will go actually through each of the applications. We'll each give our scores, use that to actually rank the individual applications. I just think it's more beneficial if we do all of that after we've discussed all of them because it's too hard to remember. Why did you do number 1 the way you did? So I'm going to ask you to just keep your notes if you're going to make those changes, and we'll go back after the conclusion of each of those and get those scores from you once we go through everybody's application that we're going to review, if that's all right. I think that makes it more clear.
To clarify, it's the overall rating at the bottom, 1 through 5 is what we're.
And some years people will put like a 4.7. Sometimes just do 1, 2, 3. I don't care.
Well, I mean, mine, I do whole numbers, but then when you divide by 6, you come up with a fraction.
Which is
So,
fine. I mean, once again,
I can round up or down, but then it's less precise in terms of.
But what
Excel
you'll
can
accept
handle
is-
that math, so I think shouldn't be a problem. So
You'll take the overall rating.
Yeah,
of the
we'll
bond.
just do an overall rank and we'll end up just ranking those. And then once again, the other mechanism that we'll try to do is we discuss these and determine if there is dollar amount decreases or, not really an increase, but decreases that we need to do based on the discussion that we have as a group. Any other questions on that? That's gonna be my preferred approach today. So for application number 1, any other questions, comments?
I would just observe, backcountry horseman is always there to help.
Yeah, we do get a lot of good support from the backcountry horseman chapters. But yeah, that's part of the volunteer labor commitment on ours is definitely backcountry horsemen.
So 75 miles of trail, approximately, what, 4 bridges you said?
Mhm.
And winter trails clearing.
To get ready for the grooming.
Great. Any other comments? If not, I'll just once again ask you, mark down your score for this one, kind of for your mental picture. We'll come back and grab those. Let's move on to item or application number 2. This is project titled Deer Hollow Recreation Area Winter Trail Maintenance and Grooming from the Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club. Chris.
Yeah, so this is a longstanding request coming from the Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club. I want to elaborate a little bit about this particular application. I believe this is the year 4 or 5. We have an awesome partnership, and to me, this is a blueprint of how motorized and non-motorized can mutually work collectively together in order to ensure access for both standards. So what we've been able to work with through the nonprofit organization, the Nordic Ski Club, and the United States Forest Service, specifically Dixie National Forest, and our staff out of Coral Pink State Park, we've incorporated 3 volunteers. Those volunteers groom utilizing our snowcat that's purchased with motorized funds. And we have frequency of our groomed snowmobile trail, but this also grooms the non-motorized access for those individuals. And so basically this is a RTP requested amount to pay us for our fuel cost, some of the overhead associated with that, because the motorized cannot sustain costs associated with non-motorized. And so the application describes that. There was a very well article written up approximately a year and a half ago on the popularity of this. Of course, they've seen an increased number of use down in that area. And so I just wanted to bring that forward, and along with some sign fabrications that discuss a consistent, this is where your location is at, given Cedar Breaks National Monument and Dixie National Forest Managed Land. So that's a summary.
Any comments from our council members?
I had a note that it was a well-done application.
So if you don't mind, I'll bring up a philosophical conversation we've had in the past. So the one challenge with these kind of applications is if they become, I hate to use the word, but dependent on our funding for ongoing operation of maintenance and these kind of services. That's more of a philosophical approach that you may or may not have. The part that's attractive is it's a very low dollar amount. In all reality, that's a pretty good investment for the return, and a lot of work gets done. The one conversation, I'll just bring it up because we've had it many times over the years, is it appropriate we fund the same project every year after you, even if they do a great job, if they become extremely dependent on that funding and we do then take it away, do we actually end up harming the project? That's just a philosophical question, but
We do have a component in here. Is there any evidence that they got somebody else funding in the future year?
And I'd just throw out that since we've had other funding mechanisms come on board to assist more with the new project development, heavy maintenance project development, where RTP actually allows for ongoing maintenance, I would suggest that the council may want to consider that more than we have in the past. So I'll just throw that out there because I know I can speak for the Forest Service, like as far as basic maintenance, even we still had to focus on heavy maintenance projects. that leaves hundreds of miles of non-motorized trails that will not see a Forest Service Trails person
Oh.
on them.
Yeah,
Beverly
it's
knows.
fine, Bill.
Yeah, exactly. But so I would just throw out that since we've had some of those new funding, like, you know, because we've got the OR grants that'll fund new trail builds, we've got the RRI grants that'll fund heavy maintenance projects. RTP actually allows for maintenance. So I'll just throw that out there, but I don't know that it's an awful thing to fund.
Sure, and I would just say the only reason I brought it up is we've had years where
Yes.
we actually ranked maintenance projects lower in our ranking
Agreed.
than construction projects because we had so many dollars to cut.
Yep.
That we actually made the decision as a council
Yep.
that there would be a higher weighting associated with new construction than for maintenance. So that's why I'm just, because we've got people who
Yeah.
haven't been participating in the
sure.
process for as long.
But that is a super important piece. It's like we don't want to sort of get entities that just become dependent year after year after year.
Yeah. Well, they're both important. I mean, construction is, expanding the network is great too. The flip side of that is if it's all construction, everything else goes away, so you're not getting net miles.
Yes.
I would disagree that maintenance is ongoing, and this is one of the only pots that you have to use it. And so I would invite the
That's true.
council to think about
Yes.
this more programmatically for these projects, as opposed to it's maintenance and that needs to be picked up by somebody else, because there really isn't
Yeah.
somebody else.
It's
Well,
always
there's
an
backcountry
issue.
horsemen, but there are only so many of us.
Right.
Well, I'm just bringing it
Yeah,
up for
no, it's great.
consistency's
It's
sake.
great. Well, and I think we've had changes, honestly, because
Sure.
I remember in the past when a lot of that like maintenance discussion, it's because RTP was the trails funding mechanism for the state, but we've added some new ones in. And so to me, it's looking at what each one of those different types of funding brings to the table and how do we use them to the best advantage for trails users.
And maybe
So-
there's a formula that we cook up at some point where, you know, we shoot for, you know, 25% of funds to go to maintenance and 75% to new, or
Yeah,
you know,
something.
figure something out, because it is true. There are not many places to go for
For
maintenance.
maintenance, it's not.
I think UOR
Oh,
fills that new pretty well right
Yes.
now. So I would hesitate to flip that to 25 and 75, because it is a really important.
Right?
Well, and it
To
really
maintain
depends
what
on
we
what we get for proposals too.
I would just-
Absolutely.
Dave, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I prefer the new trails, and back a long time ago, they were really great projects, and a lot of them, and expensive ones, but they were all new, and now it's like 80-something, 90%
maintenance.
maintenance now, so.
But I don't know that means that those new trail projects aren't occurring. Like if you were to go look at the UORG or
Yeah, they're
those
going-
projects,
they're
they're
going to a
pushing out a lot of new trail builds, which is awesome. So we're still seeing new trail builds across the state.
We have to maintain what we have.
Just
I know
different approaches.
climbing areas, there isn't a lot of new development happening
Yes,
because it's
that's
been
maintenance.
developed. So now what do you have to maintain what
Yeah.
you have.
Right.
Well, and I can say, riding on the forest, even trails that we had as projects and adopted and maintained, the annual trips go away for even 3 years and it's impassable.
Yes, exactly.
We went up to the Hemmingog one year and we couldn't even find the trail.
Right.
We had 5 people that had ridden it 2 years prior.
Absolutely.
Chris, I think you had a comment as well.
Yeah, you know, that obviously the maintenance is always been a topic of discussion. I'd like to remind the council is that 10 years ago, and some of you weren't here then, David was.
Close.
And I was an applicant back then, so.
Back then, very rarely would there ever be a Nordic application.
Yeah.
And in the last 12 years, so I just want to share this with the council, we are averaging about 3 to 4 applications for our winter use.
Yeah.
I will go on record and say that I believe we will see double that in the future because of this particular thing you've heard of.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
it's called COVID.
Stop it.
And so that is another mechanism of RTP. And so how do you define a new winter trail system when we already know it's in the same footprint as a summer trail system? So they are maintaining that snow to provide a level of service. It's not necessarily a new trail, but it's a maintenance of a situation that takes place. So that is going to be a struggle of this council to find the weight of that particular item. Anyway, I'll just,
Mix.
that's all I
And
want.
Just like
I'll
seeing a
just
good
say,
mix.
in past years, there have been years where we actually had projects that had construction and maintenance, and we actually pulled the maintenance out and funded the
Yeah.
construction. So I
Right.
mean, once again, we just got this balance, and my recommended way that you approach that individually is in your scoring, in your weighting. You know, that's kind of the discretion that you got. You know, and I think what'll happen is it will kind of just mature into something where I think, you know, I think
Projects like number 3, where they're having to basically go rebuild their non-motorized routes because of the lack of maintenance for years.
so.
And there's also the consideration of the entity that is applying for the maintenance grant.
Yeah.
You know, the Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club doesn't have a budget that's fed by tax revenue. Whereas if you had, you know, a municipality or, you know, something else that actually has income from other sources, it's like you're coming to us for maintenance. You know, if you're gonna build and own those kinds of facilities, you've got to work in that maintenance budget somehow. I mean, I think we need to encourage entities to do that.
Good mix.
One thing that I don't like is if you have, let's say, a person that already works on the payroll and they're getting money from us to like duplicate, it's like, it's like double dipping. It says they already get paid.
Right.
And now they're asking us to pay that person
To do
the
that.
same wage,
Yeah.
and then just that person's gonna do that job anyway.
At the city or county level.
Yeah, or any level.
Or maybe that is the fund for that employee is through this.
It isn't. They're there. They've been there forever.
One other word of caution with the whole volunteer aspect of like how sustainable are these volunteers for the long run, and can it depend this program on all volunteer maintenance employees forevermore because they burn out? Something to consider. Do you think they're
I pulled up this page to show the commitment from the Forest Service. I mean, that's a substantial chunk of change coming from our partner is that, hey, they're, and the Cedar Mountain volunteers, seems like they can rotate somebody new in, but there is that burnout. Some of the people that were here originally as part of this are not there now as volunteers, but they've been able to tap into the university to help us in addition to. So.
and there's a staff person overseeing that program for the volunteers.
I mean, motorized has got the same problem. We've got some folks in some of the regions where one guy's been carrying it for 20 years, then he dies. You know, and then what do you do? So it's tough. Any other questions on number 2?
I just wanted to mention one thing real quick. Brandon Stockstill did send in his information to me, so if he has questions, I'll mention them. He already discussed his question with this one.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 3.
He's the missing couple.
This is from Fish Lake, non-motorized trail reconstruction from Fish Lake National Forest in the Richfield area. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously the Fish Lake National Forest is mainly known for the Paiute Trail system. However, they've, with that focused over the years, they may have lost a little bit of the non-motorized aspects in providing that service to their constituents associated that utilize that forest for access. And so the funding will go towards hiring a 4 to 8 person crew to reconstruct up to 80 miles of non-motorized trails. I just think it's been overlooked for a few years, and that's what their requests goes into. So yeah, I did just point of clarification, applicant checked this, NEPA is not required. And so my concern with that, I'm going to ask our Forest Service rep where there's been, will it fall under a CX because they've been.
It won't even be needed as long as there's an established route on the ground that is part of their travel management plan. They can go do heavy maintenance on those routes. So I would say they're accurate.
Okay.
Question, can Great America Outdoors Act match RTP since that's federal?
As long as they still have the 5% non-federal funding, which I think they did through volunteer labor.
That
And you can bring that in.
because of the
Big match component, but.
the,
it was
the,
only that.
that Great American Outdoor, that was an act enabled by Congress. It's not really a grant. So they're administrating funds that are appropriated to the agency going through a prioritized list. So it's not a grant process. So yes, it can match that. It would be very similar to the Forest Service showing a match or BLM showing a match for internal operations.
Yeah, that's a good question, because that's a new one to see at the table. The GAOA.
Awesome. Any other questions on number 3? Let's move to item number 4 then. We're making good time. This is structural upgrades and improvements to trail facilities for Grand County Active Transportation and Trails Division, GCAT. Chris.
Yeah, so the sponsor intends to use RTP funding to maintain and enhance on-trail facilities and to construct a new trail at the Brands Trail Network. Funding will also go towards constructing and signing a new OK Corral connector trail. Couple items here that I noticed is, and I know this is a word that's going to not sit well with others. Cattle guards, are they Buy American?
Yeah.
I have that question too, yeah. That's cattle
And
guard.
are they applicable funds? But they're part of the trail.
Yeah, they
It's
would
like a gate.
they would need to ensure, they would just need to ensure from their local manufacturing there out of Moab that steel is produced, and they can obtain those certificates as appropriate. The county should be able to obtain those certificates from that company that they have identified in their application to supply that steel for those.
Asking for
The
those.
cattle guards.
They are asking
Part of the project.
$17,040 out of a $38,000.
How much was for the cattle guards?
Let me get back up there.
They did, if I understood their proposal correctly,
84.
the cattle guards make it ADA accessible. I mean, the redesign.
Correct. Which is a positive
Which is a
thing.
positive.
I also took that down in my notes too, is that, hey, ADA is to me, that's a healthy thing to show.
But the flip side of that is that they checked equestrian and cattle guards. I have horses that can jump cattle guards, but I don't recommend it.
They'll have a gate on the side of them.
You know, they check the box for equestrian, but you kind of wonder.
So they'll have the gate. Typically, the cattle guards are set up to
Well,
where
that's
they've
right.
got the gate on the
Although
side,
there's-
but
yeah.
at least then all the
didn't mention
users are
gates.
leaving the gates open.
Yes.
That doesn't look ADA to me.
There it is.
With the
Yeah,
handle.
there it is right there.
Yeah.
Did you go over that
I
with
think
the
they're
hand
talking
bike?
about adaptive
Huh?
cycles.
Did you go over that with a hand bike?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the purpose.
Well,
If it was
I actually
wide,
think it does.
These trails are so difficult that ADA is the last thing you're even thinking about.
I'm gonna take her out.
They may be specific when they say ADA, could be that OK connector trail.
Sure, part of it is, yeah.
Yeah. And
So it
the
could be-
structures they're installing are at least ADA, because I know like, that's something that comes up a lot, is if we're building an actual structure, you would want to meet the definitions.
Yeah.
Whether or not the
Which-
trail from there continues to be is a different topic,
Which
but
is really the slope and the width.
yeah,
Yeah.
you don't want to be putting in something that's restrictive. Let the trail restrict.
Do the grazing operations ever contribute to these applications as part of their?
Depends on the area.
Yeah.
I mean, I see it in my area all the time, they actually do. They put you
This
in.
is what they currently have.
Are there cattle in this area? There are active grazing, okay.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Evan. I know that Moab is being very attentive to the adaptive cycling community and trying to involve them in their trail planning and create some routes that are specifically available for adaptive cyclists. So just wanted to throw that in as far as these accessibility on the cattle guards.
Thank you, Evan.
It would be useful, you're thinking ahead. I mean, there are lots of maps of trail networks, but if you could label them, this part is ADA and this part is not, that would just be helpful for review.
Brandon's question was, are the matches secured?
Yeah, I have that question too.
I have that too.
Let's go back to that page. If I can get there.
Bureau, BLM, 5,000. You check now and then volunteer. private, no.
Is that one
That's
that had a
not
letter from
uncommon.
BLM confirming the 5,000?
I believe so. So this is where Brandon's talking about here on the application. Let me try to see if this thing will catch up. So there's the letter from Jennifer Jones. The BLM fully supports trail mix. The BLM will partner.
Evan, do you have any feedback on that one where it says no, that the BLM funds are not secure?
Evan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll there in the application to get to that point that you guys are looking at.
6 out of 40.
Catch up, Evan.
Given BLM's partnership with Grand County Trail Mix, the BLM funds are not secure. I don't think it's a concern at all. They're going to support this financially and otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave, this is in your backyard. so-
Yeah. Well, the Bar M area, the Moab Brands area, that is just like, just everything good that you could ever think of happened out there, and they're still making it better.
That's
And
awesome.
even with the kid thing, that's gonna be a wonderful thing.
And the adaptive
Yeah.
cycling piece is huge. I know that's something we're trying to incorporate in everything we're doing now.
Yeah. And now you get these bridges that you can pass and stuff, where I wouldn't have thought that would be any problem. And now there's so much, everyone wants to bike now. And
Yeah.
I think they said it's up like 38%,
I'm sure.
and that's everywhere around, and bike shops
Right.
sell them.
We have no
They
inventory.
don't have bikes to sell anymore.
Right.
So
Right.
I think anything they do is wonderful and good.
Any other questions on application number 4?
I hope they'll make the little trail along the parking lot as fun as the OK Corral by the time they get there. Because right now it just kind of looks like it's like right along the shoulder. But I mean, maybe it'll be a little, I hope it'll be like a fun trail leading to the fun trail, not just a little trail along the side of a parking lot.
That's what I was thinking. We'll just access the parking lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I get the flow of people through parking lots. We have a lot of those problems too, where people like ride through the parking lot instead of around the edge of the parking lot, and it causes all sorts of
Right.
problems. So I just hope they'll make it fun because it looks like it leads to a really cool place.
Yeah. We can give them ideas.
Yeah.
That whole parking area can be bermed, and a person can go up or down and all the way through the berm. The berm covers the cars, so on the road they can't see them.
Perfect.
I'll give them.
I like it. Yeah. Give them some good
Well,
ideas.
and you have a new state park moving in down there too, which is going
It's
to add
exciting.
more users and more opportunities. And so, yeah, it's just the demand there is just
Huge.
insane.
Yeah.
It just really is. Let's move on to the next item. Number 5. This is Dwight's Rocky Point Trail, G Hill Recreation from Gunnison City. Chris.
Yeah, so this is a phased project. Many of you remember they came back, they submitted an application last year for the purchase of property, which that did take place. And now they're implementing, after working with Raymond Stocksdale and the National Park Service on their RTCA, they have adopted their plans for the G-Hill. So this is phase 2 of this project, intends to create a 6-mile biking, walking trail system with the addition of 2 parking areas. The single track trails will be sustainable and also intended for different skill levels. And they are requesting $100,000. And they were awarded through the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation.
Okay. Good.
Then they can either.
I had a Sitla lease question just because I'm not familiar with Sitla. It said, 10-year lease, then extending 5 years at a time up to 30 if there's no better use. So what if somebody discovers oil? And it gets, is that a concern, is my question?
Not a substantial concern. I mean, they're actually very good at getting people to combine uses. I mean, the bottom line is they're after money. So
Sure.
if
Well, yeah.
there's a revenue enhanced opportunity for them to accrue funds, they will chase that. But also in my experience, if that occurs, they've worked very hard to try and accommodate existing right of ways and easements that they have in place. I deal with them almost on a daily basis, and I do a lot of right of way work. I've never seen them kill a road, a trail, an active use, even when they're, most of the oil and gas production in Carbon Emery County is on Sitla, and they've always been able to accommodate all various users.
Okay.
I just wonder who they're getting to build their trails for $3 a foot.
Yeah, that's that question.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be sustainable. whoever did
Yeah.
it.
That's my
And it was
Concern.
4 miles, right?
4 miles at $3.
Well, that was, I was confused because it said 6 miles, but then in the budget it said 4 miles.
I think it's 4 at the end, because when you do the math, it came out to 63,000 and not 95.
2,000 a mile. And I don't know what that is per foot.
Yeah,
But
that's
everyone would
50,
consider
let's
that
see.
like half of what they,
it's like 37 cents.
yeah, and they do hard stuff too.
Right.
I like that they put bike racks, and I think they had the volunteer hour at $28 an hour instead
Yeah.
of the 25, just as, if that, I don't think that was a big component of their match.
Brandon has some comments on this one. It says G Hill plan completed with RTCA assistance in 2020 calls for separation of motorized and non-motorized uses and multiple trail types separated for users. Executed FY20 RTP funds to purchase G Hill from Sitla, reliable partners and effective at implementing projects.
I was happy to see them come back to continue because I knew we had funded the
Right.
acquisition. So I was happy to see them continuing on with the actual construction. And because that was one of my concerns, like, well, what if we do the acquisition and then nothing happens with the actual trails? But this is next step. So I was happy to see them back to continue with the actual trail construction and trail identification.
Any other comments? If not, let's move on to the next application. Thank you. Number 6.
This application is submitted to us by the Manti LaSalle National Forest, specifically the St. Pete Ranger District, and I'll pull the application up for our viewing delight. Sorry, I couldn't help that.
I'm just delighted.
I know.
Ice cream stand.
I know.
So this particular project title is called Climbers Delight. Funding would be used to construct 3,040 feet of new climber access trail above and parallel to Highway 89. The creation of this trail would link for 4 climbing zones together. They are requesting $32,100.
Can I speak to this a little bit? This is part of a bigger, effort here. This is at Joe's Valley, that getting the climbers off the road. And there's a mining operation that's along that road, and cattle and lots of traffic going up to the reservoir and other uses. So getting people off the road is pretty key for safety here. And this is also just part of like a year-long partnership with the BLM and Emery County and the Forest Service. And it's a really good success story. And I'm really happy to see that the agency took this on, and not only like the restrooms and the parking lots that are going in, but the trails. It's a great success story. And then the stuff in Maple, those are heavily used climbing access trails that just haven't seen maintenance, but they are multi-use. Hikers are going there as well and enjoying the canyons, and heavily eroded. So
I'd like to elaborate too on what Julia had to say, or has to say, is that, going down, doing a site inspection, you're talking to an agency that has no expertise in this. Zero. They're the stewards of the property, but they have zero handbook information to work from. So they're actually working from volunteers and designated climbing associations in order to come up with a standardized thing. So the Manti LaSalle is actually, I believe, one of the leading national forests in the country to tackle this issue, to help address the bouldering community and the ability to provide that unique set of resource and outdoor recreational opportunities. So kudos to them to being able to be adaptive and their willingness to head up the cause for this. So.
The last thing with the bouldering area is, you know, it's a climbing access trail. You can think of it as an overlook in terms of its impact. You know, they're short, they're usually already impacted, and so it's a lot of hardening. And then for the bouldering problems themselves, kind of what Chris is pointing to is the way that people use them is you go up the boulder problem, you get to the top, and then there's some like trails that wrap around the side. And if you don't have a user group at the table helping to tell you where that trail is, it goes around the bouldering problems, or even how they go from problem to problem in terms of like you warm up at this boulder, but then you're going to hike over here. You can see it in the map to that boulder and continue your projects, or where the sun is. So it really is user specific with how people travel, and the BLM has done a really good job of working like with the Access Fund. American Conservation Corps, I think, was another out there to identify that and to harden those staging areas. A lot of these boulders are in sandstone, and some of them are literally like getting eroded underneath of the bouldering problem to the extent where they'll fall over if you don't shore them up. And then the last thing is, this is a really good place for people that are of all levels and abilities. It's really accessible. You don't need a lot of mentorship or know-how to boulder. You just need a bouldering pad. It doesn't require ropes or gear. So it's a pretty good diversity and inclusion wasn't really a part of these applications, but it's a great space for all people, abilities, and
For Emory County and for the state, that's a popular thing right there. And I think it's kind of neat to have it in that end of the woods.
Just a comment. I mean, this is my backyard. I mean, and this has just grown and grown for years and years. It is a little, I would almost prefer maybe in the future, you know, Maple Canyon and Joe's really are different resources. You know, Maple's actually been having that traffic for a lot longer than the bouldering areas historically. You know, so maybe in the future, when there's that much physical distance between them, I would actually almost recommend two separate applications. If I were actually the one writing this particular, I'd probably
I was
done two.
confused by that.
It was hard for me to wrap my brain around it initially because it launches into Maple Canyon and then it talks more about Joe's. So just kind of a comment that even though it's all within one agency, this one might have made more sense had they actually done two applications. But that's kind of picking hairs. But
that was one. You'll probably see that coming because Manitoba is going through their forest plan revision, and they are making a Maple Canyon specific climbing management plan. So that
it was just a little harder.
Chris, how
Took
much
a little
he
more
likes
work to kind of
multiple
figure out what their plan was. Chris is
with our
laughing.
agencies.
yeah.
I was just saying.
It was to Cheryl's point earlier, one application for the agency.
Yeah,
And for Chris.
I see it. Like I said, it
And
just
for
took a
state
little.
parks.
It
They're
was
so
just a little
different.
confusing to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say in terms of the comments too, once again, because I live here and I was involved, this has been a multi-year back before I left the county in 2014. This was already starting back in 2012, 13. This has been nearly 10 years pulling some of this together. And their partnership with the BLM should, because literally the bouldering area is split in half between BLM and Forest. So it was right in the center of the core bouldering area in Gose Valley. It switches ownership.
I always like these applications because I feel like when I have to rank is there good partnership support this project? I'm always like, yeah, because they use, you know, it shows so much coordination between the different agencies and the user groups and the volunteer groups. And to me, it's a great example. So I always look, their applications are always done really well, I think. And
Longevity.
yeah, and just to see that kind of coordination, those are good things.
I think I talked about this last year because you were online, I don't know if
Good
you
things.
recall, but I mean, the utilization of these people, even in locally, they have no idea. So my son and I went up and we actually counted vehicles last year during one of the events. And then we went down to talk to some of the businesses and owner. And yeah, I mean, you had a high impact event, frankly, that nobody knew about because it was really,
So well
they
done. managed
managed themselves so well that
It's cool.
it was really an amazing thing. When I went and talked to businesses, they had no idea. Other than I've seen a few more people I don't know. But like I say, it's an interesting community because they haven't caused enough impact that people are clamoring to shut it down because they really fit in as good neighbors for the most part. They
Well,
really
I think
have.
it's because of the efforts that they're, making because if you continue to just have spider web trails all over the place and all sorts of resource impacts, at some point that's going to backfire. But these guys I feel like they're staying on top of it and they're moving people efficiently and
And this is a
to
culinary
see.
drinking water
It
for,
is,
yeah,
right-
so it's.
Right where it is.
It's
Yeah.
perfect. They
Same
put it in
spot.
the restroom.
It's good to see.
Now it's in mainstream movies, so it's going to be more popular. So it's
Yes.
good they're getting ahead of it with getting
Yes.
the trails put in before that happens.
Okay, any other comments on 6? All right, let's move on to the next one, number 7.
And so this is application number 7. It's being submitted by Wasatch Trails Foundation. This is the Bonanza Flat to Upper Wild Trail connection. The sponsor will use RTP funding to create a soft surface single track trail connector from the Bonanza Loop Trail to the Upper Wild Trail. They're requesting $59,000. And the only comments I have is, to me, the budget is weak. And line number 5 on the budget, they have a $50 an hour volunteer rate.
Oops.
Well, I do think they're bringing in Mountain Trails Foundation to do the work. I got that information.
Yeah.
I have a note that they had a letter in there about priming the construction for nesting of birds, and their schedule didn't seem to have taken that into account.
I don't know if they're required to, or if that was just the recommendation from Utah Open Lands, because you have the user group up there through July through August.
Right.
In mass. Yeah, that was.
So
I
the Mountain
contacted
Trail is really an in-kind, was that really an in-kind is it just in the wrong spot? I don't know, I don't get it. 'Cause
Also, this was funded by the Office of Outdoor Recreation.
their budget is confusing, but it is a worthy project and a needed
Yeah.
connection up there.
Yeah, I like the
The
project. I
budget.
was just troubled by the fuzziness in the budget and things.
Brandon agrees with the big budget. He says the UOR award with a question mark.
It was.
Okay.
And then he says, is this cost really high?
I'm sorry?
Is the cost really high?
Let's say they got funding from someone else, do they still need it from us? Is that-
They did, because they had the 16 as a cash match and then.
And it's not
Wasatch
that
Trails,
high. It's what,
no.
$6.40 a foot? That's
Yeah.
not outstanding.
It's not
For
outrageous.
trail construction, no. Wasatch Trails.
And it kind of the Mountain Trails Foundation, $50 an hour is kind of moot.
No, I'll share with you the history of the applicant too. Last year, they were awarded to purchase a snowmobile, if you remember, by American. The council recommended a $2,500. They closed that particular grant out. They've been great to work with. They're really good partners with Wasatch Mountain State Park. And so just some background there. They're Johnny on the spot when it comes to their great projects.
Is SHPO done? That was my other question.
Yeah, I had that too. It said they were gonna flag the trail first and then do the SHPO.
So is that a commitment from Wasatch State Park? I didn't see that in her letter, Tracy's letter.
Yeah, that would be up to the park manager to coordinate that effort, where she's the park manager of that particular area. So they would need to have an archaeologist come out and clear that, and then collaborate with SHPO for that concurrence.
In the next 2 years, what have you guys seen with that kind of specialty getting on the ground with COVID back up too? I'm just curious.
I'm doing a bunch right now, and I'm saying I'm getting completed pretty quick. I mean, what's been taking the longest on SHPO and THPO stuff has just been the correspondence has been slower in my experience than it has in the past. So stuff that's been doing 30 days has been 60 and 90 days, just slower, but stuff's been getting
They're
done.
gonna get a feasible schedule to get that done.
They're gonna start getting so many project requests with the Great American Outdoors, that stuff. These guys.
Any other comments on this one on 7? Okay, if not, let's move to the next one. That is number 8.
Yeah, this application is being submitted to us today from the Dixie National Forest, specifically the Cedar City Ranger District. They are requesting funding will be used to purchase 2 e-bikes with an administrative exemption for trail maintenance on non-motorized trails, bike racks, and equipment for trail crews and volunteers. They're requesting $12,202. And my questions on here are by American. This is Forest Service requirement, and obviously they're a federal agency, so they got to go through Buy American. It would potentially, just share with the council, any equipment with Buy American, I'm going to go on the record right now, is extremely difficult. There is that ability to provide an exemption, and I want to reiterate to the council, we've been applying for an exception to buy snowcats for 4 years. We still have no answer from anybody in Washington, and there is no end in sight that the Buy American is going to let up. So I would, if there are any questions regarding Buy American and equipment, thankfully there's very, very limited questions about equipment in this year's applications, but I'm telling you, I don't want to work this hard. No, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I have worked with one application that probably has taken 60 hours of my time and their time because of all the loopholes that they're trying to come around. And you'll be seeing another application come back requesting a project change description because of an awarded project. So, which is part of what we do. It's part of the process in general.
How much was for the, can you go
But,
to the budget sheet?
I talked a little bit about that, and then I also want to talk.
Half of it, 50%.
I also would like to talk about the budget itself is you know, obviously there's some things there. My concerns are, if they are awarded the grant, where do the e-bikes go after the project's completed? Are they going to be used for patrol work? I mean, we understand that we've funded trail equipment projects around the state, from Grand County, from a trailer to tools that go in that trailer, to some of the Forest Service equipment, BLM equipment, nonprofit. We know that those trail tools will continue to be utilized in the non-motorized world to help facilitate that. I don't see any sureties of what happens with these two specific pieces of equipment, where they will go or what will happen to them after this project is completed. And so the other thing I wanted to look at is that the other thing, B5, if we're just buying equipment, why is it taking so long to start?
Well, I
Sorry,
honestly
I'm
struggled
just-
with e-bikes, an administrative exemption when they're not allowed by the public.
I
to
totally
use them.
see it. We're trying to get people into those into further distances and save the crew. Like I get.
Yeah,
Well,
but I was thinking,
but I
why
don't
not
know.
get one of these trail bikes that are motorized and are much stronger? I mean,
yeah.
you know, some of these e-bikes with a bob on the back, carrying chainsaws and sharp tools.
I mean, people have been doing it with mountain bikes, so the e-bike's just going to be an improvement from there. And I think
Right.
it's trying to stay within at least a little bit more of the image that you are there on a mountain bike rather than
Right.
going on a dirt bike down the trails. Because we've done that and we've gotten major pushback as to why we've got an actual motorcycle on
On the
trails.
Well,
Yeah,
the horse people you encounter won't be happy seeing e-bikes.
right, but probably less so than a full scale
Oh, no, more so, because
motorcycle.
truthfully, the issue for horses with e-bikes is you cannot hear
Right.
them coming.
Right, I
And
understand.
if you're coming around a blind turn on a 3-foot trail,
Yeah.
bad things can happen to
Well-
both,
No, I
to
mean,
both users.
I get it, but I think, Chris, if it's this impossible to get equipment, do we just need, like, is there a change we need to make with the application? I just,
We can't.
we can't say
It's
like,
still within the footprint of RTP. You can apply.
but it just holds up.
It's also
funds.
motorized, but it's got a motor. It's an electric motor, but it's a motor.
I just feel like it holds up funds if we know that it's basically impossible to get anything through, and I don't like that. Anyways.
Seem like there's maintenance of trails that are like 50 miles of trails.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll use it, it seems like ongoing because it's
Yes.
for maintenance, not just 1 year, but.
Well, I got the impression that they were gonna just have them in inventory until they wear out.
Yeah. I'm sure they continue using them because
Or break down.
motorized trails, they'll use motorcycles and ATVs to maintain, so I could see that these would continue being used.
I'm surprised they can score too through the pro form deal, because it seems like they're sold out, but it seems like that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's the late
That might
start
be the late
date.
start reason.
Oh, yeah,
they
that's
can't order
true.
it until-
Because of no inventory.
Yeah,
they
That
can't-
probably
yeah.
is. Sir, you're probably right.
Yeah,
With the lack of inventory on everything
I
right
do
now.
know that, the Salt Lake Ranger District, the UPD got 2 e-bikes that they could patrol, the Little Cottonwood Canyon Trail.
Oh, yeah.
They are being used in like
Mhm.
Yeah, in those
for
kinds
these
of.
kinds of situations where they can't get in.
But there aren't any horses in Cottonwood. Watershed.
I think it's a maintenance tool.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like it from the aspect that it gets some folks onto bikes to do work and interact with the trail using community in a real time, real place.
I wonder how much longer it's gonna take them to get out there if they don't have this tool.
Yeah.
Do you have an
Right.
idea?
They can call backcountry horsemen though.
I mean, I'm sure that the reason that, I think everyone's looking for ways to become more efficient and, with what's available. So I imagine they've considered that, but I think the hard part of a lot of Forest Service trails is they don't have a lot of good access points. So you're miles into some of the places that you need to do maintenance, right? And if you can get people in there more efficiently without having to hike for miles and miles just to get there, do a little work and turn around and hike miles and miles and use all that energy. I mean, I'm sure they've looked at that. So,
Or if the crew can even ride.
right. Well, that's going to be the other thing.
I need one of those
Still
for my
says-
trail inspections. Can
Yeah.
I put in a grant?
Right. So yeah, I mean, I see
Oh,
the
horse.
purpose. It just, I hate holding up funds if we feel like it's basically an impossible thing to go through the process. So
Keep in mind that
that's my biggest concern.
the application, we've talked a lot about the 2 e-bikes. They're also requesting, additional trail equipment
Yeah.
and staff time to help perform that.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be zeroed in so much on the obvious, but there's other aspects of this
I
application.
mean, so the equipment and the seasonal employee time, like those things,
2 employees,
maybe
$150.
she's got to figure out the bikes. I don't know.
Okay, well, I would just say score it accordingly. Let's move on to item number 9.
It's a hard one.
So item number 9 is an application submitted to us by the Utah Nordic United Alliance. This is funding will go towards leasing a Bobcat Toolcat small tractor to groom Nordic ski trails on SR 65. For some of you, you may remember initially we did help fund a grant, I believe approximately 4 years ago to Tuna. To help them establish that grooming along 65. Of course, with them being so close to the proximity of the Wasatch Front, the area is being loved to death by multiple different types of trail uses. Had a lengthy conversation with regarding Tuna and how they could apply. They are struggling with this Buy American item. There is no charge here. It's a free area. And so Chris and I discussed some of those options, and leasing this equipment falls under RTP qualifications
So is
without
that why they're
Buy
wanting to-
American. And so we looked at a number of different things that we believed are appropriate, would be appropriate in order to help facilitate this much needed area. They obviously have a $19,000 project expense there with signage and other things, but the bulk of that is for the lease of this specialized piece of equipment that will help facilitate rather than a snowmobile and some of the other items that they've requested through RTP that we simply can't fund. And I'll go back to the initial discussion that we started at right around 10 o'clock. This is the only consistent funding stream for non-motorized in the state. So just go along those lines. The only concern I have about this application is a little concerned about the trail counters. And
I had a question. about that.
if the council wants to, I just throw this out to the council. I would say let's move that trail counter funding over to the signage. I would feel better about providing funding for signage on the ground than a trail counter.
I had a question too.
Them fund the trail counters? Is that what you're saying, Chris? Will
Yeah,
you
I
show the
ju-
budget sheet?
Yeah, I don't know how trail counters, or if in the past, this council has funded trail counters. That would still be a burden on them to come up with approximately $600. And so what I was saying is that we would move the entire $600 for informational signs over to RTP and then move the $1,500. There would be a little bit of a loss there. I don't feel comfortable.
Heavy duty trailer over.
Yeah, and I can say too that your counterparts on the motorized side have a difficult time when it comes to trail counters with a federal grant. It does not.
Because of that Made in America piece, or what
just-
particularly is articulated?
I would love to see more trail counters.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
trail counters are so clutch and
It is clutch, but remember, what does it do? What does that information do for a project?
it justifies seeking funding.
But you can do that through other surveys. If you know you need a restroom facility because or an expanded parking lot, you should be able to articulate that without the purchase of us providing the camera to write another grant to do this, to do that. You should have the use either through staff members of an agency or volunteer groups reporting that data through, and I know the agencies can't do surveys, but they can do site visits to understand, hey, here's our use, this is what we've seen. And frankly, I don't think RTP should get in the business of funding trail counters when this is a trail project grant for on the ground projects. So anyway.
There's definitely things they could move over that are still
I
applicable.
mean, I'm maybe partly to blame for this because I had a long talk with Chris about this application and what he was putting in for.
And I recommended that he speak with you because you were on the council.
Yeah.
So I go, she would be better equipped to articulate the pulse of the council.
Yeah.
We can move that easily, like, they can move things over that
Yeah.
fit better under RTP.
Yeah, I like Chris's recommendation for moving the signage over and moving the trail counter out.
Or
And
if
then
we
it's a
don't want to be
difference.
additional burden to them, the top two items both qualify for RTP as well.
Yes, yeah.
I think I'm missing something. Why don't you want that data? Why wouldn't we want to
That's a good
track?
question.
Well, let me back up. First off, we don't have a program. There's no non-motorized program in the state. So what good does that data do? It would be good data for them to have to share their partners with UDOT, with Salt Lake Public Works. We don't have I guess what I'm saying is there's no investment for us out of Division of Parks and Recreation RTP program to have that data.
Is that, I
There's
mean,
benefit to the entity.
There's
and that's
benefit
why
to
having
that.
them purchase it would make more sense, because then they can
Correct.
collect that data to be able to apply for future funding or future grants.
they did check a motorized use as among the uses. So is this a combined motorized and non-motorized trail?
I don't know what that was.
I don't, so
Is that just them using equipment to maintain?
I don't know, but they checked it.
Well, you know, snowmobiles are allowed to use 65.
I think it said OHV, but I was.
Yeah.
and Sarah is right. In Utah code, if an agency closes an area for maintenance, doesn't mean we groom it. It can still be accessed for snowmobile use.
Mhm.
I believe Chris's intent there was just to display, and I'm not speaking for Tuna. I'm just saying in our conversation, since this thing, perhaps you heard of it, called COVID, it has caused a lot of different use because of the accessibility along the Wasatch Front. And so you're seeing a different type of use. I believe what Chris was trying to demonstrate is that, hey, we're seeing all of this right here at 65. And at some point, there may be a discussion that would take place. So
Perhaps a recommendation to Utah Office of Outdoor Rec, because maybe that's where the trail counter data should live, because it shows the economic development, the use of the resource, because I definitely see a need for this data to be collected in an organized way from one entity, and one of these grants taking it under their wing to gather this data is really valuable, especially in light of things like happening in Little Cottonwood with the EIS. If you don't have data showing who your user group is and the amount of use, it doesn't have value when you come to the table with these huge planning processes with UDOT.
I had a note that I couldn't find how many miles of trail they were maintaining.
I mean,
I just
maybe
missed it.
the Office of Outdoor Rec, it's a recommendation to that. Any new project or any maintenance project would include a trail counter.
Three informational
The staff person
slides.
there to help manage that
I think you're right. It should go under UOR
and not
Well,
here.
and not here.
Can I come back and elaborate to that
Yeah.
before we jump right there? So, news to know, beginning July 1st, the Department of Natural Resources will have a new division known as the Division of Recreation. That will, so basically our division right now, Division of Parks and Recreation, will be cut in half. So part of that new Division of Recreation that shifts over there, you will have the boating program, the off-highway vehicle program, RTP, and Land and Water Conservation Fund will all shift over into this Division of Recreation. So that to me is more of maybe the area where the information should live, because I see that agency being guided by legislative mandate to plan, to be visionary for increased uses, diversified use of outdoor recreation across our state. I believe that might have been part of the charter for the Office of Outdoor Recreation. I'm not calling them out on the carpet. There's not been much planning coming out of that office. And I'm not being mean. I'm not.
Well, I think it is a data need though, and I think we're all starting to understand more and more why those needs exist, so, but it makes sense.
And I would agree, and that's why I came back and said, well, look, we don't have a program currently for non-motorized.
Right.
So it doesn't, that's why I'm saying, I don't think that's the role of an RTP grant administrator to facilitate that. And so that's why you got a little bit of pushback from me, but coming from a Division of Recreation, now that's a whole different arena.
Right.
In a whole different world, but I can't speak to any of that because that division isn't created until July 1st of this year.
Now, what does that mean for staff? What does that mean for you?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's fine.
Well, that's fun. You gotta love that.
And I would just say, the motorized side has been dealing with this trail cam thing for a long time. This was actually going way back. They were one of the first ones to try and adopt it. So there were actually some applications, I think even before Chris was even on board, where massive amounts of money were applied for just for trail cams. But the problem became, then what? You know, it's got to actually have a plan as far as how does it actually get utilized, not just we want to know.
And who houses it and how it's.
Who's responsible for keeping it? Is it accurate?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, you know, you missed a week. Well, what if that was a key, you know, it can open
A
up
lot
some
better
doors.
than it's really busy. That's all I can say. Because right now, that's the data that most people have. And even in here, we ask them like, what's the use? And everyone's like, it's busy. Well, what does that mean? So I love the counters, but where they're appropriate, I think it does sound like there's options for people to consider. And we're not saying they need to take it out. They just need to fund that portion and RTP will fund more of something else. So.
Let's move on to number 10 to keep things
Well, I had
moving.
one quick thing.
Sorry.
O&M, they only listed fuel oil as O&M. It seems to me the whole project is O&M, but that's just me, maybe.
I have one more thing for Brandon too. He just put Bobcat rental for winter grooming.
He was probably wondering the same thing about why a rental, but I think Chris explained that it's to avoid the Buy American.
How we get that?
Okay,
That would be my, from that
Would make
comment, that would
sense.
be my input on what he was thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
Back to your question of the total miles of the trail.
Well, there's a map that shows them, but they didn't list it on the form. So you had to go digging for it. So application 101, make it easy for the reviewer.
It's all of that.
It's all of that.
That stuff.
Okay.
Okay, number 10, which is Battle Creek Trailhead Restroom, Pleasant Grove City. Chris?
Yeah, so this application comes to us from, like you said, Mike, from Pleasant Grove City. This grant request is the sponsor intends to use RTP funding to install a new CXT prefabricated Denali restroom building at the Battle Creek Trailhead. The request of the amount is $100,000. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and I'll just say, like, I wasn't part of this project, but I'll just say I worked with these guys a ton. Dion Giles is top notch. He makes things happen. He makes things get done. I'm really excited to see them putting in for this because it is such a heavily used trailhead along the Wasatch Front, and right now there are no well, as you can see, there are honey
The honey buckets.
but I would say it's a highly needed project. It also ties in with the effort that's been going on along that section to identify the non-motorized trails and actually make more of them official. So I'll just throw the plug in that it is a very, very heavily utilized trailhead.
And you think they need to move the kiosk?
Yeah, because they've got to put it right in that, like, in that footprint. Yeah.
And the other comment I had too is I like the timeline. Want to start in October and they're going to be done in April.
And I guarantee they will be, like,
Yeah.
with working with those guys. I mean, we had a big section of this trail blowout and they had a water line in there and they were back in there. They did substantial repairs. They did all the work. I mean, they make things happen. They're a great entity to partner with for sure. So I was glad to see them apply.
Any other comments?
Things are too bad those CXTs are so dang expensive.
Especially with
Maybe they could partner more with.
And that's the state bid. So, because I questioned, I was somewhat curious about that.
Okay.
And that is the state bid for flush toilets, heat,
Okay.
hot water. That's.
Problem is the stuff that they require are all of the items that are getting more and more expensive every year.
Right.
Our costs are going.
And so the determination was made that it was necessary to have the running water and electricity and everything at this location because of year-round use.
I'm sure watershed concerns and I mean, it's right down in the municipalities and
Okay.
yeah.
And being in land management, if I was in land management and I knew I had water right there,
Yeah.
I knew
It's
had
so much
these,
easier.
this infrastructure available and looking at the use now and understanding population growth and then taking into account where we're going to be in 10 years. To me, it only makes sense. Well, let's do it now because we're going to get a better bang for our dollar this day and age than 10 years down the road or et cetera. So
I mean, there's days where that parking lot has probably 200 cars in it easily. I mean, it's a regular occurrence to have that many people in that trailhead. So I think for that location, it makes sense to have the water.
And just to be clear, the site prep, excavation, structural fill, compaction, that's all, we're comfortable with that.
All part of putting in the bathroom, I think.
Yeah.
This would be the,
Chris.
it's all just part of the bathroom construction. I think
Development,
They just broke it out.
yeah, he just spelled it out.
It's usually just a bid and
Okay.
Brandon has some comments on this one too. Says it's a much needed improvement, will benefit Pleasant Grove City and US Forest Service. AST access point. Budget items 3 and 4 are invalid matches with a question mark, but they still meet the match requirement.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about the plumbing and
Without those
electrical.
items, they still need the match.
okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's move on to item number 11, which is the Slate Creek Trail System Phase 2 South Summit Trails Foundation.
Yeah, so this is phase 2 of this project. It intends to expand the trail system by 8.7 miles and will focus on mountain bike friendly trails. They're requesting $84,524. And on this particular application, they had a 6/1 of 22 timeline to a 9/1.
Yeah.
Basically 3 months to construct 8.7 miles. I also wanted to talk about the NEPA letter status. And then the other item, which they did clarify, so that's not even an issue to bring up. As I read on, they were awarded through the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation as well as a project. So they have a match indicated from their UOR submission.
I noted on here that they, NEPA was not complete.
Yeah, and how did they get phase 1 done without NEPA being complete on a phase project, was my question.
Well,
Because they just included the specific trails that were part of phase 1.
Yeah.
They didn't do a whole geographic area.
I also,
Our
I had
specialists
trouble reviewing the trails graphics black and white. It was a color-coded trail system, but it was all in black and white. One question I had in reviewing some of the background was, it's within an area that's already got a lot of multi-use trails, including equestrians, but it's for bike only. So the question is, if you're on a horse and you're riding and you accidentally get on that trail, is that an issue or not? I couldn't really tell from the way it was laid out.
It did seem like it was bike specific.
I'd say though that bikes were the only allowed use.
Brandon just stated that new trail construction is good, but has a vague budget.
There's trail lengths there. Equestrian 1.8 miles. Oh, on that map.
Right, on that map, yeah.
That already existing.
Yeah, there are already a lot of existing trails, and I just couldn't fully understand in black and white whether there were any conflicts anywhere.
My comment, the maps are really.
I know, I was like, I
crazy.
can't see anything, but I didn't know if that was their maps or the scan.
Probably the scan.
The scan, okay, yeah, because I was like, these are
Here's, I can take
helping
this.
me do anything.
I'll take this apart and pass around the color-coded scheme with the.
I do think these trails will be good, because I know that Rick, the foreman of Mountain Trails, is on this board advising this build.
Mhm.
So that's helpful, and you might be, it seems like High Star Ranch is maybe on the chopping block if, I don't know, if that will actually be able to happen or not for that bike resource there in Camas, but it might be going away. So this might be your
This
only
might be it.
bike resource in Camas right now.
Well, and I think that's what they're trying to get at, is there are a lot of multiple use trails, but very few of them actually lend themselves to mountain bike use.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, whereas most of them do work well for hiking and equestrian use, but not. So I think they're trying to add that in, and yeah.
Well, even if their schedule doesn't meet the 3-month construction, they still have 2 years to get it done. But I question the NEPA too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's on its way, so
Well, they said it should be done by August.
yeah.
Is that what the Forest Service said
Yeah.
though, on their
Yeah.
letter?
Yeah. That's what the
That's from
district
Nicholas
ranger said.
Brown. Yeah.
Was the district ranger that sent the letter?
Was it Dano?
Uh-huh.
What's his timing like? He
I would
delivers
say,
it in.
yeah, I'd say pretty accurate for sure.
Dano.
If he didn't feel confident that it was going to be done in that time, Dano would not send a letter
Dano.
stating that it would be.
No, Dano would
Dano
not.
doesn't mess around.
Nope.
And it's only 8,000, right? That's what they're asking for?
84,000.
No, I was off on my. I missed the
At
floor.
first I thought that was a small.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Which is about a third of the total.
Food wise, then you think, okay, perfect. So any other questions on this application before we pass this one around?
One thing I don't like is 87 pages of bylaws and IRS and
Yeah.
on and on and on. It's just
Is there a
ridiculous.
requirement for
Well,
them to
it-
submit it?
With it being a nonprofit group, they
Yeah.
have to submit that to us. But if the council doesn't want that, we're only doing what the council has told us before. We want everything. So we.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
to
it's our own
not
fault.
have all of that?
Can we keep it on file?
Yeah, could they just submit
Well,
it to the
we
state?
went through a phase where we didn't get anything.
Yeah, but
and we
could they
kinda
just
ended
send
up
it
having
to
ask
Chris
Because we,
to have on file? Well, could it be sent, but it doesn't need to be included in here? I don't, it just makes it really hard to
Give me a
like,
modification request on a letterhead and I'll look.
okay, I'm
this
good
is
at
because
writing
we
those.
asked.
Yeah,
This, because we asked.
it is hard though, because then you're like, oh my gosh, what parts actually like,
Well, I remember
us-
those discussions.
yeah,
Because they weren't legit.
right, we didn't even know who they were.
So, and that's a discussion later
Okay,
this afternoon. If the council tells us, look, we only want to see the application, supporting letters, maps, the
Yeah.
basic application, then staff will hold those back in future references.
yeah.
But then don't come back the next year and say, well, can you verify
I think as long as they,
legitimate?
no, but
we
as
will
long as they
say,
submit them and
oh,
you guys
and-
can verify that
yeah,
yes,
we-
they are a legitimate nonprofit, then.
Okay.
Absolutely, and
We're good.
that's how I started out the conversation. There were no applications here that did not meet the requirements, but if you take our word for it, then, but there were previous council members that wanted everything.
Yeah.
So that's why
Yeah,
you get,
bylaws are a little bit tiring.
So it's the 990, to be quite frank.
Yeah, yeah, there should be one form that says they're legit, right?
Maybe just
Once
your
again, I would just
Okay.
recommend we score it
Got that.
appropriately, once again,
Yep.
and even the approach that an applicant takes to responding can be part of your judgment and whether or not to fund them or not. So be mindful of that.
What do you mean in a response?
Just if they,
Like if they provided. the
there's
right
two ways to
documentation.
probably
Can you put
get us the information that says they're legit.
the two maps?
Oh,
Simple, straightforward with a matter of, forms, and one can be every
Yeah.
document in the file folder. I sit on nonprofits and I don't send this volume when I apply for grants. I can accomplish the same thing with less
Right.
paper.
Well, I think it's just. a
For what
box
it's
that you have
asked
to
for,
check when
yeah.
you apply.
Yeah, it's
There's
asked for all of that.
bylaws.
Summary pages and
There's just-
Well, there are summary pages and there's an IRS, you can.
The IRS
Use some
letter
judgment.
is good.
That's just-
Exactly.
So I think because the food is here,
Solicitations Act can
we'll take
sometimes
a
work.
break, but we
Yeah,
do
let's
want to do a
break.
working lunch if possible, everyone. So let's take about 15 minutes for bio break and grabbing some food. And when we kind of everybody settle back in, we'll probably kind of do a little bit of a working lunch to keep the traction moving.
Did you call it a bio?
A bio break. That's what I call it now that I'm in the new Zoom world.
Politically try.
A bio break.
Does that include taking the dog for their bio?
Whatever it has to be.
I know, I'm like, I need to
You know
go.
where the restrooms are?
Just
where are they?
down the hall.
I think they're this way,
just to
yeah.
the left.
That way?
Do you go back to applicants with the question of like the NEPA questions?
We have had times in the past where we have approved pending conversations with Chris. So we basically said, we will approve if you can meet these criteria, and Chris has actually taken on the responsibility to validate.
And you do that.
And they'll email, we'll actually do an email response. We haven't done one for a couple of years,
All
but
thrown off, that clock is an hour behind.
we've had some where there's some really strange stuff just left hanging. And we've had some that we didn't fund because they couldn't meet the requirement.
And the
Go ahead,
question
this is Beverly Heffernan, and I'm returning
Sorry
your
for all the
call.
questions.
Oh, no,
being
no,
new
that's
is-
why we're always adding new folks.
I'm
Oh,
taking
okay.
new, yeah.
Some of us have been doing this
Oh,
too long, and we
I didn't
assume
mean to
everybody
put that
knows
on.
everything.
I'm just on a lunch break from a meeting. Okay, I'll check.
Can we just go?
I think we just
Grab it.
dive in.
Okay, I'll go find my voicemail. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, let the girls go first, but they're gone. Holy cow, that looks good.
Life would be a lot easier if people would stop emailing and calling and texting.
No idea what this stuff is.
Good. Looks edible.
It looks like it. Good enough.
Whoa.
What do we have going on here? This is quite the lunch.
The green or the.
Seems better than what I thought.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Historically, my first question on any project is, does it provide any form of connectivity? And I think in this case it does.
Yeah.
You know, that's really what that was the first thing we used initially to kick stuff out.
Yeah.
It really does seem to meet that initial criteria.
Yeah.
Let's move on to number 21.
Okay, number 21, this is submitted to us by Mountain Trails Foundation. This is called the Big Easy application, or Big Easy. The requested funding will go towards creating 5 miles of trail that is appropriate for beginner and adaptive cyclists in the Round Valley. They're requesting $72,600, and once again, I don't have that available through Google, but I have hard items here. So I'll pass around the map that says, and there's multiple maps that discusses the location. So on this one, just some things that I saw. They checked the box that says it's not part of an overall plan. That's concerning a little bit, but neither here nor there. Their timeline should meet the scope regarding to that. Budget's lacking a little bit of detailed information, and some of the positive things: 4 miles of new trail that's ADA compliant.
Yeah.
Not being a part of a master plan is kind of, I mean, this is Round Valley, so it's
Surprising.
Yeah,
definitely has
that's why I just,
a plan, so I don't know why they put no, because I felt like that was probably not really true.
Yeah, I wondered the same thing. I'm like, a trail system like that doesn't have a master's.
I'm pretty sure there's
Like,
a plan for Round
how
Valley.
could there not be one?
I thought this could have had greater partnership with like maybe Intermountain Healthcare or the NAC
Yeah.
pension for this, because Down Dog is a trail that, you know, their adaptive community uses right out of the NAC, and I know that they're putting more money into maintaining areas that they're using, so I think they could become a partner for this if they were asked.
Because you know they'll be using it.
I think the NAC updated their like mission statement to include maintaining areas that they're using,
Okay.
so. And Intermountain being right there at this trailhead as well.
It was one of my favorite letters of support I've ever seen.
The kid.
Yeah, that 6-year-old.
It's a 6-year-old, yeah.
And I was like, nicely done, getting your letter of support in there.
I was gonna say that we actually took that letter of support yesterday and posted it up on the division social media platform to indicate that exact same thing
I
is.
know when I went through, I was like, okay, that's awesome.
It's
Where did you post that? I have to tell Laura.
on our social media platform.
Okay.
Under state parks,
I love it.
Utah State Parks, probably
It was missing photos,
social
right?
media. So.
It didn't have photos, it had the maps.
So on these two, let's just have the conversation then, since we've talked about 20 and 21. Do we have any concerns about accepting them now that we've had a chance to talk about them?
Is it the e-bike issue because it's only 65 and over, right? And that's the city's mandate for these trail networks. It's
Or if they have some,
ADA.
yeah, some mobility issue that makes riding an e-bike necessary to enjoy the trail. But you're not, you know, there's no card that you can whip out that says.
Round Valley is
honor
not.
system.
Round Valley is not equestrian trail anyways, right?
Mm-mm.
It's all cycling. Or is it? I don't think it's equestrian.
It's a question.
I've
Round
never
Valley's
seen
not
horses out there.
Yeah.
On that map. Wherever that map got floating around to.
I don't believe it's indicating any type of equestrian use.
No, it was single use.
I mean,
I think my
feel like
comment
they're
on both
great
of these, I
projects.
actually think that they're definitely a better fit for this board. than the
Yeah,
road
yes,
board.
absolutely.
Yeah,
They
for
really
sure.
don't fit at all
was a
for the
complete
motorized
accident.
traditional funding approach. So I mean, I think from a technical perspective, it really is a mistake,
Yeah.
but also that can probably be part of your decision criteria too.
Yeah, I think Tooele City, one of our motorized council members, I think reached out to both of them and they were just ill. Like they were so sick that because they were like, oh no, like they missed that it was the motorized application. And again, I think that's the first time that they've put in for, Tooele City, that's the first time they've put in for one, but I know the other one, we've seen quite a few applications from them, but.
Mountain trails.
Mhm.
I mean, they are non-motorized, but they're kind of be forced into the e-bike
Yeah.
situation like every other trail network in the country.
Yeah. I have almost not been on a trail system yet this season where I have not seen e-bikes.
They're there.
They're everywhere.
They are everywhere
So I mean, I feel like they're both very worthwhile projects. I think they both do fit under the non-motorized group is it's hard because we're only way over and there's a lot of good.
I was confused by this one.
Which one?
Um,
Okay. The 23, yeah, so we'll move on to 23 now. This is a property acquisition, correct?
Yeah, this is one of two property acquisitions, which is a little unique for this council to see applications for that. We average usually approximately one a year. This application is being submitted from the Summit Land Conservancy, and it's property acquisition. The funding for this project will be used to purchase a little less than 107-acre parcel of historic farmland on the Weber River. Once purchased, 2.55 miles of land will be turned into year-round non-motorized trails. Trails will also allow access to the river for angling opportunities. The project project manager is requesting $100,000 for this particular property acquisition. The overall total value is more than 4.5 million based upon the property. So a couple of things that I noticed. Timeline is a year, which is about right. And just had a question on the letters of support. That's it.
Yeah, I had a question on those too.
I wonder if she applied for the Leray for this one, the Leray McAllister Fund.
No,
Or land-
didn't indicate it under C3 for funding sources secured. But this would be a great application for that.
I was confused at first because I didn't see like the budget for the trails, but then I understood, oh, this is just for the acquisition first, and then we're gonna probably see it phase.
Then we'll see that.
Yeah, later. I can tell you, I'm really familiar with this area of Peoa, and it is, it's definitely a beautiful area that's in need of conservation. It's definitely agricultural, in need of rehab as well, and the property owners that are buying this stuff up are in a position to help with that rehab, and they are, because they're definitely wealthy, taking over these agricultural ranches coming in there. I like the river access, and then, yeah, just something for Peoa, because really all that's out there right now is the rodeo grounds.
Yeah, I thought it was really nice that they were working to preserve access to the river as well.
For the public.
Yeah. So many of these private folks that are coming in and buying up these ranches are cutting off access.
Exactly. And I think the ranches might see it as a way for them to rehab this zone, because property owners want to see that river rehabbed, but they're a little bit, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to do it, so.
So and this is the property line here for the 107 acres.
You haven't had anything from Summit Lands come in the past?
We have,
Oh, you have?
yeah, we have. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought we had another acquisition in the same like Oakley area, didn't we, last
I
cycle?
think it was Oakley.
Yeah.
I believe it was near Oakley last
Yeah.
year.
They marked no, so I was wondering what that relationship was.
Not just, they're kind of fledgling. I mean, they're new to us. Or new to our process.
Last time,
What's that?
did we not move that one forward for funding?
I believe it was barely underneath the cutoff.
Yeah.
It was too.
One of those where we just don't have enough funding to do it all.
I mean, these are the lands surrounding like the densely populated, what has become Park City, and the rural areas that if we don't
grab them for conservation, there will be no trails here. It will be only big homes. They're cut off for anything.
I really like it, but as Cheryl and I were thinking about, $100,000 in a $4.5 million project.
Put that in another source.
But then again, it's nice to have state parks in that mix
Yeah.
of partners trying to preserve it.
Just one comment on that one. Just keep in mind, part of our report card, when people evaluate how we're doing, is it looks really nice if we're $100,000 out of a $4 million project, because it shows how well we've leveraged our dollars. So we have a couple, it looks like they could do it without us, but that actually works in our favor.
Right.
I have a note that they had a whole lot of letters. More than 5. My eyes may have flashed over and they may have just been not all letters of support.
There's a whole lot of stuff going on in there.
Well, this is another one where she's trying to check the boxes by providing everything the council
Yes.
asked for with
Yeah.
bylaws and 999.
That's right. Yeah, I wrote TMI.
99.
Yeah. I'm looking at warranty deeds and
I think if it's for an acquisition, they should keep it at the acquisition and say trails will be future projects, but not include it all in this one phase.
Well, that's a tricky thing though. You have to show that you really do have, you're not just buying up land. That you have
There is future plans for it. My favorite was like, you see the mayor riding his horse here all the time.
I guess I was just curious, why isn't it an application from the county? Why
Was the
would-
county not in the funding?
No, I'm just saying, why would
Wouldn't you want the
Summit
to be
County
there?
or the Special Service District of Summit County submit the application rather than a conservancy?
because I think they're gonna hold the conservation easement on it.
Okay, the
Yes,
conservancy.
the
Yes.
conservancy. will,
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I was just,
And I'm sure you know this, but Summit Lands also is the conservancy for Brown Valley, which where that Big Easy project was. So in terms of like what can happen for a property that's conserved, it could eventually look like a Round Valley resource if it's with the conservancy.
Let's move on to item number 25, which is the Provo River Trail Improvement, Provo City Parks and Rec.
yeah, so this application, the funding will be used to reconstruct sections of the trail along the Provo River. Projects include widening and realigning the trail from 5 feet to 12 feet. They're requesting $100,000 on this particular project, and I'll pull it up.
I had some questions on the budget.
And a couple things from ours is they were awarded from the Office of Outdoor Recreation. 1.9 miles is their mileage. Their timeline fits, and I will let Sarah talk about the budget because I wonder if mine's the same comment, so I'll just let her jump in.
Under the requested RTP funding, they've listed demolition, 2 different demolition items, dewatering, which, may be an essential part of this project. So that was my question. Are things like demolition and dewatering
I have that question too.
included in our scope of things that we include?
So every year we come across a nuance, and this is the second application that has brought up the demolition or removal or wording associated thereof. To answer the question, I don't know, because we haven't experienced this. To me, this is always about recreational trails, and if we're, demolishing an area or taking up an existing trail to widen it, I guess I look at it a lot like a road. Is that, hey, you already have an existing trail, but you're coming in, you're actually repurposing it. And you're doing some unique things there. My question was the dewatering. I don't feel comfortable going that particular direction with RTP. But it's a difficult decision because you're talking about an underpass and trying to tie in, and we've funded underpasses before, specifically the West Jordan or South Jordan, one of the Jordans out there. Maybe there's an East solely being developed and a North Jordan, but they're, so we funded a lot of those, or some of those particulars before. We'll be discussing, I suspect, the Layton City one again, which is another underpass. And so, so the application itself is just directed on this section in through here.
I wasn't clear what was wrong with
It's too narrow. It seems like they just want to go
dark, steep grades.
from 5 feet to 12 feet.
Right.
And I had a question on 12 feet. That seems kind of wide.
So bikes can ride under it and they can't right now, or like, what's the problem?
But it's too steep.
It looks
and-
scary to go into right now.
Yeah, well, I think it's with all the traffic the trail's getting, like right now it's like a pinch point. I think it narrows down really tight, and that's the vibe I was getting from it. I haven't been under that specific underpass, but I have been under another one on the Provo River Parkway Trail, and if they're similar, then they're super sketchy. Like they're just super steep down in there and super narrow.
It says the reconstruction of the trail and
Like you can see how narrow that.
include widening and realigning the trail from its current narrow width of 5 feet to 12 feet. The trail corridor clearance will be widened and the ceiling height increased with a complete rebuild of the 2230 North Street undercrossing, installing efficient solar-powered lighting along the length of the project area and providing wayfinding signage.
There's a river right next to that.
Yeah.
Is that a riparian zone you're expanding into?
I think it's already part of what they've actually got in the right of way.
And then it says, the funds requested from RTP and pending GOED, which they got, are to be paired with $3,095,000 in transportation funding from MAG that includes $209,000 contribution match from Provo City to make Provo River Trail improvements in this direct area. So
Mountain Association of Governments.
They do have
There's a lot going.
225,000 users a year.
So heavily used.
They had the form letters too.
and I mean, it seems like a good project, and maybe it's just their way that they decided to parse out their budget. What is dewatering? Like they're gonna have to redirect?
That's what I was
I
gonna
think
say.
it's,
Of course.
I think it's a pest mitigation situation. I don't really know. I've never,
The dewatering's gotta be to lower the water
river
table
itself.
enough to be able to build the,
okay,
to be able to build the underpass. I don't know that I wouldn't say it's not a permanent thing, but they have to dewater when we put in bridge abutments.
okay.
So that's kind of.
All right.
But if you're discharging that
Or like a
dewatering
boat
in the
ramp.
river, that's a
Yeah.
whole area. Corps
Yeah, so
engineer
that's
permit.
what I'm assuming that is that they've gotta lower the water table. There's enough somehow to be able to build the new concrete structure would be my.
To increase the overhead height.
Yeah, yeah. So,
They can't raise the bridge, so.
I mean, couldn't we do a
Gotta go
similar,
way
if
around.
if those items are such a big concern, I mean, the new undercrossing is $117,000. I think you could move money on this one, just like we said on the other project, to have a more applicable RTP item be funded by RTP. Right, like.
Take the dewatering out.
It's actually what my note says.
Do we know how old this is? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I feel like it's part of the project. If they want to pay for it, it has to be done to be able to build
I
the
know.
thing. It's just whether or not we want RTP.
I have a note that they had checked prior RTP experience, but they didn't put the details.
You want me to elaborate on that?
Yeah, what's our experience then?
So they were funded a project, I believe 2-3 years ago, Provo City. Made notification, awarded them. I think this is their effort of coming back and saying, hey, we believe we had a viable project. Their other one that was awarded by the council was a viable project, but apparently there was internal miscommunication that took place And so there was a project proposal change
Right.
description submitted to this
I
advisory
remember that,
council.
yeah.
And the advisory council rejected that project description based upon internal maybe lack of priority as identified by the employee that submitted the application compared to where overall administration wanted to go in following plans, et cetera.
Because they were two
That was
completely
about
different.
3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah. The one they got.
Like, wait.
Yeah.
So that-
I like the one you proposed.
That's the only history that, well, let me back up. We've had additional history with some Utah County tying in with the Jordan River Trail that we funded
Mhm.
on some of their maintenance. And so there's been that discussion before, but this is, from what I can remember, I believe this is only the second or third application we've ever received from Provo in a dozen years. So.
Yeah, if we did want to be part of this project, couldn't you just say, we'll fund the 100,000 of the underpass and not the dewatering? Or like, you
Right.
guys need to pay for
Or the
this.
demolition.
Yeah.
No, I'm not comfortable paying for demolition.
We'll do 100,000 of the actual tunnel itself. I don't know.
So just to let you know too, I believe the UR grant request to them was for $500,000, and you can see here that Office of Outdoor Rec
Reduce them.
provided $300,000. Let me verify that because I don't want to talk out of turn.
I wonder what they adjusted for.
Yeah, they requested $500,000 from the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation through their grant process.
Let me read Brandon's comments on this one. Says, good project, regionally significant trail improvement from sidewalk to multi-use trail and matches. Vague budget, are all matching costs allowed? That's what
Baked budget.
Vague.
Vague.
Sorry.
I like that terminology.
It's vague.
I gotta jump out for just a few minutes for a call.
Okay.
So keep it moving.
Okay.
So we'll be back to rank this. Is there any more discussion that's needed? Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
26.
Next one is number 26.
My
This
personal fave.
This comes to us from Mount Pleasant City. The sponsor intends to use RTP funding to repair 5 established trails and also enhancing those five trailhead facilities. Project repairs will take place on a total of 20 miles of trail. Amenities include indoor and outdoor and dressage arenas. Did I
Mhm.
pronounce that right?
That's right, yes. It's French for training.
I've heard of French too, called Clarence. A cross-country track, 135 outdoor stalls and 70 indoor stalls. They are requesting $67,000 off of this, and they did apply for the Office of Outdoor Recreation, and they were awarded by the Office of Outdoor Recreation for that. So I will say that the budget doesn't match up because their budget sheet was at 60,000. But yet the front page says 67,000, if I remember it correctly.
Oh, I was so excited about the horse stuff, I might have missed that.
No? Yeah, it's 67,000. I don't know why I had 60,000.
I don't understand what RTP is paying for. Because most of the costs associated were like stalls and
Yeah, I
showers
have that.
and
Basically improvement of the area
Oh,
where
that's
people
where I
haul
got
their
it.
horses in to camp and go out and ride the trails every day.
So under their project description number 4, that's where I came up with the 60,000.
Oh, yeah.
Because they didn't identify the additional 7,000. And I'm like, well, like you guys were discussing. So that's why I came in off the 60.
Oh, I
And
see, the seven, there's
spec-
7 that's not explained.
Yeah, and specifically, item 4 in their project description discusses trail repairing. The other items simply cannot go by RTP.
That's right.
The restrooms part may be a portion thereof, but without knowing, that, but that's where I came up with the 60.
Will all those items count though as matches?
Well, they would be able to supply the match from the Office of Outdoor Rec. That's a matching grant.
Okay.
You're just saying, look, would,
The items though that are getting paid for, because I feel like we've had other grants in the past where their matching items weren't necessarily
The next page, because there's the
trails
67 total,
items.
and there it says 67, but
yeah, but I'm
we're missing the explanation for 7th out, right?
correct.
Is this like $120,000 or $130,000 project? For the, with the trails?
Yeah, it's a $300,000 project.
But
Well, the
actually-
whole project is that, but these
What actually counts
top
as
three
the
things they say aren't even related to what we do. So
Right.
is the
No.
Utah,
And maybe Beverly can elaborate on that.
Well, sure, there's an existing equestrian facility there. People haul in increasingly from the Salt Lake Valley because trails are going away here. And they'll spend a week using the stalls, using the indoor showers, et cetera, and going out and spending all day riding trails. And then come back at night and take another shower. I can tell you that when you spend a week in Monument Valley with your horse, and you get to Moab, go into that arena and using that hot shower is nice.
Sure.
And they don't charge you to sleep in your truck if you put your horse in the stall. So to me, they're speaking to the trail maintenance for what they want from us.
right, is this $134,000 in trail maintenance?
No, it's 60,000 or 67,000. We haven't figured that out.
Right, but I'm just saying if outdoor
don't have the match
recreation
for it.
funds the other half of the trail portion of it, then it would be like $134,000 project.
For trail, the trail.
Just
component.
trail, yeah,
Since we don't fund campgrounds or,
right.
Right.
So
So I see what
maybe-
you're saying.
Well-
You gotta get 50% of the trail
Yeah.
part, which would
Let
be
me-
30,000.
Yeah.
Can I read what UR is funding? They've done the whole, they've supplied $150,000, which was their request. But that
That's
grant,
within their scope, right?
that's within the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation grant scope, is that they can fund amenities
Yeah.
such as been listed in through here, which calls restrooms, shower facilities, power and water installation, and RV hookups, because it's outdoor recreation related.
That's right.
So this, well, I believe, in working with Monty and talking this back and forth, is that they were hoping to get the infrastructure from Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation and then apply for RTP to handle the trails that are coming out of that facility in the surrounding area. Did
Okay,
I?
still have enough of a match of applicable trails items. Because those like those stalls and stuff don't count as.
No.
It just
a
kind of seems
match,
like
right?
this is like a $33,500 grant application to me.
Mhm.
can you pull up the expense lines just to see where the trails costs are and what they're
There's
doing for
not.
the trail?
They say that they're repairing 20 miles of trails and rebuilding a bridge in Canal Canyon. And then clearing overhead in Maple Canyon and repairing trails in White Hills, Black Hills, and Skyline.
Is that in their budget?
So they're providing, I scored them extra points for connectivity because when they fill in that gap, then more trails are
The connectivity
easily
of
available.
Maple.
Just wanting to make sure they have enough of a match that is actually like trail applicable matching items.
Or that they outline the trail budget part of it.
They don't.
The way their
put that
budget
in.
breaks out, it's just
I
who's
would
getting
just,
what.
I would just say we give them half of that 67,
Well,
if we give them anything.
Where we ask for a budget for the trail part.
It is a little big on, yeah.
Well, like I said, I have a discrepancy between the 60 and the 67.
Well, and we're
Project
just assuming
description.
the 60s for trail work.
Yeah, and the project description says 60, but on their budget says 67. And I'm more lenient going off of,
You can't find
project
a, you
description.
can't find a line item for 7,000.
Right.
yeah, so.
Well, that's
I think
just
it's
us assuming too that that's what they plan to spend the 60,000 RTP on because it's not shown.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, but I would like to 100% know what the RTP is going towards.
Brandon was asking how many users are reached by this project. And he agrees that there is an incomplete budget.
I mean, once they get onto all those trails it talks about, I'm sure all of those trails are multiple use trails.
Yeah, do they pay like a
And
trail crew to go out and maintain those or like what's?
I don't understand how they plan to accomplish the work either. Who's
Yeah.
getting that money?
Number 10 informational signs. Here's routes to be repaired. There's 100 miles there with 5 miles of overgrowth in the Maple Canyon area.
Who's doing that work, the $60,000?
I would suspect,
Backcountry horseman. I
yeah,
think.
BC.
But then wouldn't that all be volunteer labor, not $60,000 worth of
They
RTP
had
money?
8,000 as a line item for.
Right, so that's why, of the 60,000, who is that going to complete work?
Trail maintenance work.
Like, is it a Mount Pleasant City crew? Is it a,
Scroll.
I just had no idea who would be doing the trail work. Because I saw the backcountry horseman portion and it was shown as like an $8,000 in-kind
Right,
donation.
yeah.
But I didn't know who was doing the work.
You got number of switchbacks at 10, 50 miles of trail repair.
Trail expense budget.
Like, there was a thing up there about,
Stuff like this, we used to go out and talk to those communities, but it's kind of, we don't do that anymore. So they didn't provide the information to get
that doesn't give us what we're looking for.
an answer to that.
Let's see if we can.
Imagine all those trails. Talking about our Forest Service trails, and I don't think there's a Forest Service letters.
The right of way is secure with the Forest Service.
Trying to,
Who put in for this in the first place?
See,
Mount Pleasant City.
Pleasant City.
Take pictures.
I didn't see anything from the, yeah,
so I'm just,
Need to complete, not applicable, but whose land is the trails on?
I would suspect that they are on Forest Service property.
yeah, I mean, all those locations, it's talking about Maple Canyon, Skyline, all of that's.
So that'd be Forest Service crew.
We're referencing the Mount Pleasant General Plan. For the recreational side. Oh,
I feel like
trails are perpetually designated. Much of the national trail network is on public land.
Should we keep going?
it's super confusing.
Yeah, do people want to know more about this, discuss further,
I
or
mean, I feel
let's
like
maybe,
it's one of those that if it's this vague to all of us, that, I don't know.
yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
We will be revisiting.
Yeah.
Okay, 27.
27, this was one that we discussed at the beginning, which is the underpass. along US 89. That was a resubmittal from a couple years ago from Layton City
So
Corporation.
Chris, do you feel like they're far enough along in their processes now that within this 2-year span, this project has the likelihood of actually happening?
I do.
They had a pretty good explanation.
Yeah, I know Chris has been in conversation with them, and so I wanted to hear from him whether or not he felt comfortable that they'd moved far enough along that we weren't just gonna repeat again.
Yeah, and one thing too, I wanted to point out is that their original application 2 years ago was $100,000 request. The council was empowered, reduced that down to 75,000. That's what they're asking for in this application. Basically is just like I said, a carryover from what was awarded before. And to answer your question, yes, I do believe they will be able to get it accomplished in 2 years.
That was my only concern as I was reading through it.
I loved the write-up. This land is your,
I
like,
know. I know, as you're going through them, some just make you smile, and I was like, okay.
Let me read,
If you can remember the song.
sorry, let me read Brandon's comments. I didn't read these earlier. He says it has an unclear budget, a huge contingency, and then NEPA needed but not done with a question mark.
Yeah, which I think that's what we were just talking about. And the contingency they don't have to have is like, they have plenty of, because I had the same thing. They don't even need to have that to still make their match. If you take out their contingency that's at the bottom, they'd still have plenty for match.
Okay, anything else? On to the next.
Next one is application number 28, submitted to us by Salt Lake Climbers Alliance. I wonder who could speak to that.
I was like, I feel
I
like
had a couple hand slaps on this one with my letters of support and my budget's not matching. I'm super embarrassed. But go ahead.
it's okay. That's part of being on the council. Submitting applications I've had.
It's like those years where I sit and shake, but
So the
I forgot. What? The budget?
The sponsor is asking for funding to assist with the necessary maintenance of vertical infrastructure necessary for ascension and descension of climbing routes. Project work includes replacing antiquated fixed anchors and replacing them with stainless steel hardware with professional height technicians. The request is for $45,000. But the budget states 50, but I didn't say that.
SLCA will pick up 5 of that. So just to get that out of the way with fundraising, so it
Chris
matches.
is being so nice to you.
I
don't
know.
what's happening right now.
It's because I admitted my fault.
It's probably because it's your first time here, because I don't feel like I don't know.
All my letters of support were he talks about direct.
I'm not gonna.
I heard it loud and clear.
Okay, what are Brandon's comments?
Yeah.
Brandon's comments are work started before grant awarding, marketing funds used as match with a question mark, and can we partially award for work done after September 1st of 2021?
I think you explained that, right? That like, there's obviously this kind of work that's currently occurring, but not the work that's associated with this grant application, correct?
No funds will be applied to us until after this is awarded, and we have 2 years to use it for the same work, maintenance crew.
And I think this overlaps with the previous application that was submitted from SLCA. So it's an overlapping of work to take place, and we just gotta. My point is, we gotta trust that the applicant will do the right thing.
Yeah.
In order when they do the reimbursement to indicate, look, here's the cutoff of our old grant, what we've been able to do, and of course, any applicant is very aware that a work cannot begin until they get the project proceed letter after, the environmental and the agreement is in place, which usually in this particular one, I would say probably within a month after possible award notification.
This was a question with the UOR grant as well, because these grants happen right in the middle of the season if you're trying to fund work for this year, obviously. And they bumped theirs to May 1st. If you were awarded, but you could start using those funds May 1st. So that was helpful for this schedule.
And there's a tentative schedule here.
And then that starts again in 2022.
And remind me, I think there was an explanation in there, but these stainless things last a really long time.
Yeah, so when you replace, they last 50 plus years because it's stainless steel as opposed to mixed corroded metals. And yeah, you can think of them as vertical trails for better lack of a better description on the maintenance needed and the public safety of their lives being trusted to this stuff. That's
How many anchors do you reckon are in?
That's a great question. Thousands and thousands of anchors are in the UN to Wasatch Cache.
Because
need
the first
maintenance.
large part of them, nobody even knew. People just put them in as they went, right?
Climbers have just been developing climbing areas since the 1960s,
Yeah.
and the Forest Service is just now catching up to recognizing that climbing exists on Forest Service property and needs climbing management plans, and so that's part of this effort is to get the agency up to speed on this this kind of work that it's needed.
Okay, so we have a question with
What was he said, the matching fund?
the schedule. I mean, I'm seeing in the tentative schedule for under 2021.
And that will repeat for 2022. There'll be the same maintenance crew out starting work again on the Uinta Wasatch Cache for anchor maintenance.
Right, but you wouldn't be notified as to whether or not you'd received the grant until around Labor Day, correct?
Yeah, so you only use these funds to apply for after Labor Day
Okay.
for the work and then into 2022
Okay,
for the same work, ongoing maintenance. And
So it's a continuous cycle with different funding. So
Yeah. Well, this grant's good for 2 years, so if you
Right.
fund your labor and materials for 2 years, but yeah, it's all matched from other.
so
funding
this really,
sources.
this schedule should have said 2022.
And the end of 2021.
Okay,
hopefully.
okay.
Yeah.
Good, so that's clear. And then the budget items, we're clear on that.
I think Brandon mentioned something about marketing being utilized as a match.
Yeah.
So we have a very similar situation where we've done that with, in fact, a week from tomorrow, we are partnering up with the United States Forest Service because it was funded to help promote some of the mutual activities that have taken place between RTP and their agency. So I could show you a video of a BLM funded grant project that was funded out of Cedar City, but I don't want to because there's zero mention in the BLM video about support partners of RTP or the state trail cat being utilized to help fund that, but there was a lot of mentioning about other agency involvement. And so we're trying to hopefully rectify that in the future. And I think this is a great way because, you know, our agreements can only hold so much palette. We try to provide signs, we try to provide and direct and have people provide notification to that. And I think more of a visual at a trailhead works, but then a video to help promote that can be utilized over and over again, either by a municipality or a county or a state agency to highlight some of the successes that they were able to accomplish through RTP or other resources. So
Maybe it should have been called educational materials because it really is like audio, video, instead of marketing. That's probably the wrong word.
education.
Yeah, and
We
it's
have a
like,
whole section on that.
it's more like that kind of, I mean, social media, communications coordinating.
Yeah.
All that is
Which
a
is marketing.
labor person that we hire to do that stuff. And photography, and
Marketing of the project.
education next time.
what were Brandon's other questions?
He just said the work started before the grant awarding. And it said, can we partially award for work done after September 1st of 2021?
I think we've answered that.
Yeah.
That the work
That's
that's planning on being funded out of this won't
The
start.
way the schedule is laid out for this calendar
Yeah.
year.
But we cleared that up.
Okay.
Onward.
Any other comments on 28? Let's move on to number 29.
Okay, application number 29 submitted to us by the Manti West Trail, or the Manti Trail Builders, excuse me. This project, the second phase of this project, intends to expand the Manti West Trail system by 12 miles. Funding will also be used to build and install a kiosk and signage along the system. They are requesting $82,700. Some of the items upon this is that upon my review, it's not involved in an overall master plan, which I thought, you know, if there's an investment here with mountain biking and accessibility and utilizing BLM managed land, seemed to me that there would be something that would take into account. Also, just going off of the statement written in B3, most of the property is located on BLM, but where's the private property? Letters of support indicating that they can actually build a trail on there. So that raised a red flag. Positive for this, 12 miles of new trail and only 20 trail signs. I found that. But after I saw the photo of the trail signs, well, yeah, those are elaborate. I was thinking more Carson.
Yeah.
But those are nice. There's nothing wrong with that. And then the funding letters of support, I'm not sure what I meant by that, but anyway, there you have it.
I thought this one showed NEPA complete back in the attachments somewhere.
Oh, it's always complete. Every applicant marks complete. Don't you know that?
No, but I mean, but I made a note that somewhere down there in all the attachments was in fact a completed NEPA
Yeah,
document.
there's a record of this decision.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
This wasn't the record of decision pending design, was it? I remember reading that in one of these decisions.
Yeah.
That covers Anti-West, among
Yeah.
others.
Building trail for $2.50 foot.
Right.
I think they were using high school
Yeah.
students. If I remember correctly, is that's done with high school students.
Oh, this is the one they're trying to get done for NICA.
They're trying to finish up phase 1 for that, and then this is the next one.
Well, I misspoke, and here on page 17, this is the Gunnison Irrigation Company, which is a private property owner. So I misspoke. So they've said, yes, we do grant you the authority to do that for a private property owner. I did not see that originally. Apologize.
I'd love to see that reference, like the USFS Trail Building Manual or something referencing what they're going to use.
The design specs.
Yeah, just for building specs. It's just a little,
Vague what they're gonna build.
Is anybody familiar with this area or?
I know the area pretty well.
Or the miles they've already built and how those look.
I haven't seen a lot of them. I mean, it's not horribly hard stuff to build on. I mean, there's a lot of slope on that one section. This is pretty good, easy stuff. There's not much brush.
Brandon asked, what plan does this follow?
That's,
They had know that it was not part of a master plan. I have
Yeah,
to-
it seemed pretty NICA specific, like they need a place to have this event.
especially with the reference to 12 miles, that's sort of a minimum,
NICA event.
NICA event course length.
but that it is open to the public the rest of the year. I'm not familiar with NICA events to really know.
And I think that, I don't even know why that's in there, because that's all about the first phase. They're using it to build first phase in order to be finished in time for the first NICA race.
That it happened already.
Yeah, that's that's all phase one. And
Yeah.
then these trails are in
Here's the map.
addition to, it's expanding the
Gunnison.
system another 12 miles.
Near Gunnison Reservoir. Blue is pretty much complete. The green is BLM will be completed by October.
Yeah.
Well, if notification doesn't take place, but I believe their application is based upon the red,
It is.
which is new trail systems.
Yeah.
So that apparently tie into some of the existing networks out there for that, with the majority of it being a little bit higher up on the plateau, which is what they said, 12 miles. That thing keeps showing up. Future trail system, including 12 miles. So that's what this grant is focused on, is that new stuff. Not necessarily
So
what's,
they've already got what they need for the green presumptively.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be
Going to
done
be
by
finishing
October.
building that in October.
I love the initiative. I mean, I think it's great that these guys are pulling together and trying to provide, their kids a good mountain bike venue for training and races. Just have concerns about what standard they're gonna be
What-
built to, and who the anti-trail builders, where they're getting their experience. And I mean, we saw in Richfield sort of a similar situation where a lot of the trails down there got built sort of by local machine operators, and a lot of it had to be completely reworked.
Also, one of their builders is the same last name as one of their board members. I don't know if that's a thing. What
We're
that's all
all,
about.
we're all, we,
That's
Coxes, Foxes, Lukeses, and Jukeses.
how they're getting it. That's how they're,
$2.50 a foot.
that's how they're
Okay.
getting it to 250 a foot, is because I think that person's probably like personally invested in supporting the project with their
They're carrying
construction
through there,
business.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any other
I
hard
mean,
bits of
That's what I took
information?
from it, because I was like, what
No, Alex.
construction company like volunteers all of their
Okay.
equipment to
Let's move on
do
to
this work?
number 30, right?
30 is, we kind of heard some of this before. This is from the Hutchings Museum and Institute. It's for the Utah Lake Parkway Trail rehabilitation. Funding for this project will be used to do minor repairs and restoration of native plant species, as well as enhancing the trail with benches, garbage cans, 8 kiosks, and informational signage. They are requesting $100,000.
That had the budget item that wasn't applicable.
The garbage cans.
The
Plants and
planning.
stuff.
Well, the planting, he said it was all native.
Salaries.
It was not landscaping, it was in fact native bed.
No, sorry, research and design.
Yeah.
No, research and
Yeah, those-
design, yeah.
Salaries and research and design I have out.
Unless salaries is like direct labor on the
Yeah,
trail, but
that's-
it's not defined as such.
Yeah. Salary to do this work.
Brandon said it has a very vague, not vague, very vague budget.
Brandon and the big budget.
What plan design standards does it follow? And do they have capacity to do trail repairs? And what kind of trail work will they actually be doing? Then he also mentions the unallowable funding elements, and he has landscaping in parentheses. He says applied for RTCA assistance in fiscal year 2021 to help develop these kind of projects and may have better vision and ask in future.
It's more of an educational component to this one with the kiosk content than a trail rehab
I'll just talk. I got a little concerns over this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have the Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lands. It's on their property, yet the project manager hasn't identified who's responsible for that maintenance, long-term maintenance. Is this, I know there is a letter. I know.
What is it?
Come on,
It's-
I know, I'm like,
take cover.
you guys
There-
keep hearing something ticking.
There is a, obviously, there's a letter of support. I believe, I want to pull it up so that I'm
State
speaking
lands, yeah.
appropriately and accurately. Take cover.
I think it's
The stern,
yeah,
yeah.
if we just blow those out.
So this is a right-of-way entry permit, but it doesn't go into say a number of items. It just discusses, it grants the authority for this right of entry. Very similar to what occurs on some instances with SITLA when there's private businesses
Well,
doing the
go
work.
back, because there's a couple of things there. Number 3 says structures. No permanent structures, does that include kiosks?
I,
Number 5, veg and tree removal.
My experience.
Prohibited
would say
unless
that the
specific-
right of entry permits are temporary in nature.
correct. And so I have, permitted uses, volunteer programs.
Citizen science project.
Yeah.
It's brand new.
So I thought that maybe there was another letter in through here from Forestry, Fire and State Lands. Yeah, here it is. Supports Seek RTP, Utah Shoreline Trail, pending final plans and permits.
Mhm.
That's something I wanted to say. They don't even own the property. The division, I think that's under negotiation. I just read this right here that says,
Pending final plans and. permits.
owned and managed pending, improvements. Well, they haven't,
Paid to
the
build. the
division,
trail.
the division hasn't supported, or the division hasn't authorized just yet Hutchings to do that.
Well, because that's dated April 26th, and they maybe didn't, well, I was close to when they had it done, right? But they were a little late. So they may
Yeah.
not have even seen this proposal yet.
So, and here's some of the photos.
Well, that's, I was just telling Julie, like for some whatever random reason, I've never walked this trail, and I walked this trail a couple of weeks ago. I'd never been on it, and then I saw we had an application for it. The majority of it is like brand new. So when he was talking about the rehabilitation, I didn't understand, like, there was already like connections to because I look at trails when I walk trails, right? And it's like, it's brand new, most of it. There's some parts that go through the neighborhood that are a little bit older, but I mean, from where I started at the park all the way to where I ended, it was in really good shape.
There's a lot of emphasis on native plants.
It's
and
already like
reestablishing native
plants.
vegetation too.
I'm all for it,
Except for I'm not sure that's.
but it's either farmlands or native like wetland already.
I might go also on to add in the application that the trail, I believe, does end near Saratoga Springs. And in the application, the comment, Saratoga Springs encourages the applicant. Doesn't offer up any support, just encourages. the
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know.
And then there's the fact that it came in
Yeah.
after the deadline.
Well, and
No, that's something we
I
wanna start.
to that credit, I think in the future, we will be a little more diligent when those due dates are on
Weekend day.
a weekend day of, hey, technically, but there, and he did call that morning. I'm not, or a gentleman called and said, hey, I'm here at the building, it's not open. I didn't get that message.
Yeah.
It's weird things with Verizon or iPhones. Most of the time the messages don't come for 2 or 3 days
All right,
later.
that's screening, Chris.
So- So I didn't get that message until Monday after the fact, or I would have ran down and grabbed it because I don't live that far away. Because it's part of customer service, it's part of what we do, so.
Okay, well, let's move on to number 31 so we can stay on schedule here.
31.
31.
Oh, 31. Okay, so 31, this is submitted to us by the city of North Salt Lake. This is the Town Center I-15 trail. This is the second application we've gotten for property acquisition. So in a nutshell, funding will go towards the purchase of property acquisition for a multi-use trail within the Town Center of North Salt Lake. As many of you know, North Salt Lake has applied multiple times here with different types of projects, sat down with, or had a really good discussion with Ally and encouraged North Salt Lake to consider submitting this property acquisition one. Because I think it was what they've been wanting to accomplish over the years has just been a little bit outside the scope of what RTP can adopt.
Accommodate.
Thank you. Let me take a drink.
I think that's where you were
Just
going.
mouth far away from them.
And so staff feels that this obviously falls within the metes and bounds of RTP, and so therefore that's why you have the application in front of you. It's a 0.22 mile in length, and it is part of an adoptive plan, and it also provides or will provide ADA compliance. Based upon.
Well, I was curious about that. It did say ADA, but then it didn't give us any other details about the trail. It has an O&M number of 2732, but without seeing their trail design and intent, they're just talking about acquiring the property. It's hard to judge those little details.
Well, and I guess I come back and say, hey, under B2, they said, look, you know, the proposed trails, they can be found in these plans.
Oh, okay.
Which are adopted by the South Davis Active Transportation recently, and then the Wasatch Front Regional Commission. So, so there is.
But then that makes us go read the plans to see if we
Well,
think that
remember that it's
Yeah.
only a property acquisition. And I
Yeah.
think, you know, hopefully they'll follow up and say, yes, we are going to put trails on.
Freeway on ramp.
That's what I wondered, if it's gonna be an underpass there.
So the pictures concern a few of us,
Yeah.
yeah.
just that that looks like some tough conditions. It's either on the side hill or in a ditch.
Parking lot in between.
Well, I believe that's the
And center.
DOT, part of the
Right away,
DOT
yeah.
embankment.
It was pending DOT decision for April of 2022. So these, so what I saw,
What was that?
it's pending UDOT's approval, which one?
That was a TIF application, grant funding.
What's TIF?
Want to go ahead, Sarah?
I'm just, the
Tax increment financing, usually, or is that a different one? That's my world.
yeah.
This is like a DDF file,
Isn't that a kind of file?
picture file.
I think it's
This one has one
transportation infrastructure fund.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
My request is
It's
don't
like
put
a
acronyms
really
in
awful
budgets.
place for a trail, but it's the only place they've got for a trail. It just looks awful.
Investment fund.
It's like
Tax
in
increment
between
financing.
freeway fence.
But in this
and a
case,
parking lot.
it's their
Infrastructure.
project.
It's borderline sidewalk to me.
Transportation Investment Fund.
I
Okay.
feel like it's a recreational trail
Okay.
personally.
But is it connected?
I guess
to
that's the question I have, is that it looks like it's problematic and I don't know what it
Transportation
connects.
trails. Feels more like a transportation project.
Brandon was asking if it's a trail versus a sidewalk also.
Yeah, I had sidewalk on my comments here.
And then he also
Good question.
said, which segments would be purchased with this grant? The map's unclear.
I'm all for active transit.
So
People
it'll, to
For
answer
sure.
Brandon's question
What
as
is this?
far as connecting to trails. So the proposed trail section is part of a robust, it's part of a trail network that the city is working on constructing within the rapidly redeveloping town center. It will connect the Hatch Park and the Bamberger Trail to the north and to a future BRT station on the frontage road to the south. But I believe what this is it's a property acquisition to complete that potential connectivity to occur.
But it still seems
That'd
to
be a
be
helpful
dependent
box.
on future actions.
We're in
And that
debt,
was-
365,000.
And here's the Region 1 manager from UDOT. And so it's going to make a connection across Highway 89 to the frontage road bike path that leads into Salt Lake City.
So I wondered if there's an underpass looking at that photo.
Right along the side of the
Safety of
freeway
cyclists and pedestrians, giving space to move, and reduce conflicts with auto uses that are currently taking place. So,
Sounds like some people have died here on their bikes, getting hit by cars.
of course, so there's the photos.
You think it goes across that freeway?
Eventually it will.
Or it has to go under it, right?
I don't
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what the UDOT plan would be, whether it would go over. More than likely, it would probably go over rather than under. But once again, I can't elaborate because I don't know if this is a widening project or similar like what Layton's going through with 89 to alleviate some of the increased use on the I-15 corridor or what. So, but I think this property acquisition will help secure that of taking people in this mixed housing development area and connecting them to future possibilities, because I thought I saw a map that they wanted to tie. Yeah. So
Red dots. No.
yeah, that's the future Bamberger Trail that comes out of Hatch Park. And I believe that this is the the
Town Center Trail. Town Center I-15 Trail. So that's this
I
project.
think it's this.
Ooh.
I think that's what that is, if I remember reading it correctly. I
So we
don't,
have to acquire that parcel over there.
Yeah. yeah, it's this, I believe it's this section that's being requested, this property acquisition. And that would indicate some of the, because UDOT probably owns along 89, or yeah, on both sides. So
Mhm.
that's why I think it's this solid red line. I don't believe it's this corridor here, because that's the future. I believe it's that.
So what is the size of the parcel that will be acquired?
It is, if I remember right, 0.22 miles in length.
So it's just a long, skinny, almost like an
From a
easement?
developer, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Can they get it, can they get an easement instead of
Yeah.
acquire the property?
So, let's see.
15,000 square feet. At $15 a square foot.
A portion of the trail is being constructed by developers as shown on the solid line on the attached map. So that was that. The trail proposed for grant funding is 0.22 miles in length and will be 8 feet wide.
So it's the dotted line, that's the proposal? Because the solid line was what you thought was the
Yeah,
acquisition.
that's what I thought was the acquisition, but it is not. So going back to the map, let's refer to the map. I think it's this. And because it would connect to Hatch Park. And that is currently being done by a developer, is the solid red line in through here.
And eventually it'll go across somehow the freeway and then continue on over there to
Well,
connect something.
yeah, so it'll connect into the Hatch Park and then the Bamberger Trail, future trail, they'll figure that out, however.
Does it connect on the other end after the elbow of solid red line that the developers are doing? Is that the dead end? That's where it stops.
I think that's a dead end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's connecting that community into Hatch Park, basically.
And bringing,
Sidewalk?
and I would suspect bring a lot of use from up here on the east side of the valley to tie into this access point and bringing them rather than running them along the roads and streets within the city.
Sidewalks there.
So right now people just ride on the road, it sounds like.
And
And
then
they're getting hit.
and the city of North Salt Lake will then take possession of the property.
Let's check that.
When we go back to the photos or
Any other questions on this one? It's, wish they had just for clarity, but just to keep on task here. Yeah, let's move on to item number 32. Just score it as best as you can. This is our last one, I believe. North Logan City Bonneville Shoreline Trail Extension.
so the funding, the requested funding for RTP will be used to construct 1 mile of trail along the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. The trail will be 8 feet wide and will consist of mixed gravel surfacing. They were awarded a Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation grant. And it's part of a plan, and their timeline is we would have it completed by September of 22.
The money was for equipment and materials, according to my notes.
What are the acronyms in the budget, NCC and RAPG?
What's that?
What are the acronyms in their matching funds for NCC and RAPZ?
So that's their RAP tax
Rat Pack, okay.
out of the Cache County area. NLC is, I believe it's, oh gosh, I had it. North Logan City,
Yeah, the sponsor.
yeah, which is part of a Hyde
Oh, yeah,
Park
yeah.
complex. So. And let's see what,
So it's matching fund.
there's the Tooele City one.
Can I swap you for a minute?
Can you scroll up to the horsey one?
So let me find the
About dead for just a bit.
Logan.
They're pretty good too.
Grinding on it.
So they provided $10,000 for that, meaning the OR grant.
Why they only
And-
ask for 10 from them and 68 from RTP?
So that's what the acronyms are. So you got North Logan City combining that much, the county bringing so much, the county RAP tax.
And they now have the 10,000.
Mhm.
And that's unsecured
But the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant is.
Is secured, yes, yep. As you can see right.
They say something that the wraps would be as soon as the other ones were.
What's that?
I thought they said that the wrap funding would be as soon as they found out about the org and this one. I thought I read something. Maybe it was another application. They all start to blur.
Blur together.
I think I saw the easement in place on this one.
That's my recollection too.
Is it entire BST equestrian accessible?
No, there are segments in the South Salt Lake Valley that are not through the watershed.
This one is.
This one is equestrian.
But this was unique that they got a letter of support from the fire district to use it as a natural fire break, which is something I've been suggesting for a number of years to incorporate a multiple mixed use, multiple use type thing. So, and it's this section of trail here.
And the easement's in there, is that right? For that?
I believe so.
Those folks are getting a trail in their backyard.
I thought it was in here. No, maybe not. Unless it is shown here. "20-foot trail easement right in through there."
Just read what Brandon said. BST connections are good regional implementation and capacity, and a needed connection.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? All right, let's talk about how we want to wrap these up. We have, as we talked about previously, we have 1.117 million in available funds, 1.309 in requested RTP for this cycle.
It's higher than that, isn't it?
It's higher because we added.
It's
Oh, 'cause
$1,482,000.
we have the other one we had to add, right?
Yeah.
The other two, correct?
Yeah, because we added in those other big.
Cheryl had the right.
Yeah, so they're,
How much
they
are we over?
are.
We're over 365,000.
Maybe e-bikes are motorized.
So I guess I would suggest, are there any that on their surface that we just eliminate based on our conversation? I have some, but I'll wait.
The Hutchinson one, I would say would be.
So that's number 30, which is a $100,000 request.
Yeah.
Are there any others?
Yeah, I give that a 2.
Yeah, that one was.
I also had number 8.
Brandon gave
Just
30.
me.
Yeah, I have that as a 2.
Wait, which one?
Number 8,
Number 8.
I just showed it as not competitive with the others applications.
Brandon had that as a 2.
The 2 e-bike.
So that we were up to 112, but I hate to say it, but 26. the equestrian when there's just a lot of questions there.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
mean,
the
I'm,
only horse-centric one.
yeah, but I'm glad that they got the stuff funded through the facility through UORG. And if they want to put in for a trail one, I would like to see an actual trails.
Well,
plan.
yeah, I mean, I guess I was gonna rank it based on taking half of what they requested for trails, because that's 50/50.
But even that, like, I can't tell who they're doing the trail, like who they're gonna pay. There's so many questions about that one compared to the other applications.
So
That's what I
those,
struggle with on
The
that
only
one.
hope I'd have for that one is if we gave them half of the 67 or half of the 60.
Well, that was where I was
But
going.
even then, we don't like, it's so
Let's go.
unclear.
They're good people.
The other one, I honestly, I'm just competitive wise, so actually, that was the one we just talked about, which is 31. I mean, not that it's bad, but I guess competitively, I don't.
I could, yeah, I had it ranked low.
Well,
I agree with
acquisition there.
So I mean, should we just score, like go through and score them? Because it sounds like some of this is
Yeah,
gonna
let's-
come out.
let's score and then we'll see.
We'll see who's on the cusp.
I don't know.
Well, we just made it simple.
Well, that's fine.
Kick out half of what we need to do.
Yeah, because
I can go ahead and enter. I went, but I don't know if you built one up, Becky, or not, or Chris, have you built anything up?
What's that?
Score sheet,
I have a score sheet.
Becky, but I don't know if I can get access to it unless,
I built my own too,
well,
so.
Becky's got a score sheet.
Yeah.
She'll be able to
Then
tell.
let's start with number one and just work
Just
through it.
we may not be able to see it up here.
So let's start with number one. I'll call the names, just give your score for each one. I'll go in the same order each time. Dave, Sarah, Bev,
whole numbers or fractions?
however you want to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because it'll average out the same, so.
Okay, that's true.
So do I have it right? So
And we're
Dave,
doing
Sarah,
1
Bev.
through 5.
Yep, 1 through 5.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go
So Dave, on number one.
4.
Sarah,
4.5.
Bev,
4.8.
Julia,
5.
Cheryl,
I can't vote.
and I had a 4.5.
How do you do that? When you're, they change.
Brandon
Well, I
has,
put in the whole numbers and then I divide by 6, and so you always have a decimal place.
You
She's
just
just
can't-
gonna divide
you
by
can't
5.
score on
I don't score by points, but
Okay.
Divide by 5.
Brandon has 4.5.
Okay.
You divide by 5.
Well, should I just put Brandon there instead of that?
It's still weighted appropriately.
You can't vote on.
All right, number two, Dave,
3.5.
Sarah,
4.
Bev,
4.7,
Julia.
4.5.
So Brandon's, what was Brandon's score on that one?
Brandon's was 4.4.
And I had a 4.0.
I had a 4.5.
I like best scores.
I know, they're awesome. 4.7, 4.8.
And put that extra in.
I don't love
Don't
to
let me
know.
move too fast for you.
Refining.
But- Okay, number three,
4.5.
Dave, 4.5. Sarah,
4.5.
Bev,
4.2,
Julia,
5.
Brandon score.
He has a 4.
I had a 4 as well on that one. And Cheryl,
I had a 5.
thank you. Number 4,
5.
had a 5. Okay, Sarah. Bev,
4.7,
Julia.
5.
Brandon score.
Just a moment.
Oh, you're fine.
4.
4.5 for me. And Cheryl,
4.
which one are we on now? 4?
5.
There we are.
5 for David.
4 for Sarah.
Bev,
4.3, 5,
Brandon score
You can't vote on this
on that
one.
one. I'm actually a 3.5 on that one.
You guys state your names when you're saying your scores.
Oh, good idea.
Good idea. Yep.
Yeah. What was yours again, Mike?
3.5. And Cheryl, you're out on that.
This is the Gunnison.
Yeah. Number 5.
5.
Okay, number 6.
David, 5.
Sarah, 5.
Bev,
Beverly, 4.7.
Julia, 5.
Mike, 5. Maybe Brandon score.
Brandon's is 4.5.
Cheryl, did you have a score on that one?
5.
A 5. Okay. Number 7.
David, 4.5.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 4.
Julia, 5.
Mike, I had 3.5.
Hold on just a minute. What was yours, Julia?
5.
And then yours was a 3.5, Mike?
It was. I had budget concerns.
Cheryl, 4.5.
Number 8.
Brandon's. Are we on number, that was 7.
That was 7.
This was a 3.0.
Hey, number 8. Well, David, 2.
Sarah, 2.
Wait, which one are we on here?
Number 8.
Number 8.
Okay. Beverly, 2.
Julia, 2.5.
Mike, 2.0.
Brandon had a 2.
And Cheryl, let's do a 3.
Always the optimist.
Always the optimist.
Number 9.
David, 3.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 3.2.
Julia, 5.
Mike, 3.5. Oh, sorry, Sharon. You can do yours. You followed right.
All right, Cheryl, 3.
Mike, 3.5.
Brandon's, what was that one?
That was 9.
I can't see the numbers on the scoring sheet, sorry. Brandon had a 4.
Number 10.
David, 4.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 4.
Julia, 4.5.
Cheryl, 5.
Mike, 5.
Hold on. You guys are going too fast.
We're good. We're getting.
You're killing me, guys. Okay, what was yours, Cheryl?
5.
A 5 for Brandon's. Okay, go ahead.
Number 11. Dave.
Oh, we're back to 11. Okay, 3. Folks, take it back. I'm on the wrong page.
Oh, no.
4.
Say your name, remember?
Dave, number 4.
David, 4.
There we go.
Okay.
Sarah, 4.5.
Number 11, right? Beverly,
Yes.
3.
Julia, 4.5.
Cheryl, 4.
Mike, 3.5.
Brandon's 4.
Okay, now we move up to number 20. So that shifts our numbers a little bit.
David, 4.
Sarah, 3.5.
Beverly, 3.
Julia, 3.
Cheryl, 3.5.
Mike, 3.5.
And Brandon had a 3.
21.
David, 5.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 4.3.
Julia, 5.
Cheryl, 5.
Mike, 4.0.
Brandon has 5.
Number 23.
David, 4.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 4.
Julia, 5.
Cheryl, 4.
Mike, 4.
Brandon, 3.
And number 25.
I have a question on 25, and that is, I just wonder if we should revisit the budget and take out, lower the price. on
I had a note for 20K for dewatering.
Yeah. Maybe we should take it down 20
Should we go
and
through all of them
then, and then
come
vote
back?
on it.
Yeah, we should.
Let's do the scoring and then we'll come back on deductions.
Yeah, because I want to come back to the horsey thing too.
Okay.
So let's do scoring and then we'll go back and look at deductions.
Okay.
It's David, 3.
Sarah, 3.5.
Beverly, 4.
Julia, 2. Well, it just depends on the budget.
Cheryl, 3.
Mike, 4.
And Brandon, 4.
Number 26.
David, 2.
Sarah, 2.5.
Beverly, 4.8 with a caveat later.
I don't think I can put that.
Julia, 2.
Cheryl, 2.
Mike, 3.
And Brandon has a 3.
Number 27.
David, 3.
Sarah, 4.
Beverly, 3.5.
Julia, 4.5.
Cheryl, 3.5.
Mike, 3.5.
Brandon has 2.
28, is that right?
David, 4.
Hold on, let me make sure I got my names pretty well anymore. I'll make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, 4.
And David, 4.
Sarah, 4.5.
Beverly, 4.
Cheryl, 4.5.
Oh, should we count? Mike, 4.5.
What number is this one?
28.
28.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. 4. For Brandon.
Number 29.
David, 3.
Sarah, 3.
Beverly, 3.5.
Julia, 2.5.
Cheryl, 3.
Mike, 2.5.
Brandon has a 4.
Number 30.
David, 2.
Sarah, 2.
Beverly, 2.
Julia, 2.
Cheryl, 2.
And Mike, 2.
Finally, consensus.
What
Let's see what Brandon said.
He's always good.
Brandon has a 1.
Oh.
Oh, he broke the record. Come on, Brandon. Anyway, let me make sure it's lined up right
It's
again.
not a group thing, at all.
Jeez, he's always doing
Okay.
something.
Got it.
He's always more of a question.
Number 31.
David, 3.
Sarah, 2.5.
Beverly, 3.
Julia, 2.
Cheryl, 2.
Mike, 2.
Brandon has a 2.
And number 32.
David, 4.
Sarah, 5.
Beverly, 5.
Julia, 5.
Cheryl, 5.
Mike, 4.0.
All right, and Brennan has a 4. Whoops. What's a put right number?
Okay.
I gotta fix.
Drum roll.
Are we gonna be able to see Becky's spreadsheet? Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Why don't we take 5 minutes, we can get a break if they want, stand up and walk, and we'll see if we can help Becky out if needed, when we kind of do this, so let's take 5 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta change some stuff on the formula, so that's correct.
Yeah, for the ones people couldn't vote.
Yeah. Let me,
Chris has got the baseball manager pose. That's what I call that one.
Hug his ear, which he's typing.
Yeah, he's just down, he's like, why did they do that?
Well, at least my hands are on my hips.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to stretch my lower back.
Yeah.
And so I still gotta go up to Riverdale and
Get
work on my
Julia to
daughter's
do
car
some
before I drive home tonight.
We just need to paddleboard.
These kids.
Well, hopefully it isn't. What do you gotta do to it?
They've had 2 dealers look at it to come up with an estimate. I think it's just the injectors on a little pickup truck.
Oh, really?
But they're getting hardly any codes, and the dealers it's like want $3 grand to fix it.
oh geez.
I'm just like,
Is this your map, Chris?
I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
something's going on here that I'm not seeing. So I'm gonna go put my code reader on it. And
Oh, good. Good, yeah. See maybe what the hiccup.
well, I hate to say it, but right now in this market, when these dealers see young kids with stimulus money, they think I gotta sell these kids a new car. So we're gonna jack up the service prices.
I'm so glad my brother's a mechanic. He helps me with mine. And I don't have to deal with that.
Having somebody like yourself with a little bit of expertise will help provide them assistance and guidance, and maybe, they can render a good.
For whatever reason, we're kind of, my oldest, he sells cars part-time and does, car sales have just gone stupid.
Hmm.
This little dealer, he works for a dealership in Huntington. 3,000 people. They're selling 8 cars a day right now.
Oh, wow.
Really? Day. And if they get a pickup, it's gone within 24 hours.
I'm in the wrong business.
It's insane.
Forever, though.
No.
You're not in the wrong business.
But crossovers and pickups sell, but just general generic cars, hatchback, will sit on the lot for 2 or 3 months. In fact, my son yesterday picked up a 2015 Mustang with 40,000 miles on it for about 12 grand. It's flawless.
Oh my gosh,
Really?
that's crazy.
That's because everybody walks in, wants a pickup or
Hybrid.
so they trade these cars in for nothing a few months ago when stuff was before it had gone up.
You're nuts.
There's just sheer stupidity going on.
Yeah.
But I went to look at a 1-ton Ford. A year ago, I looked at the same, 2020, it was 62,000. You know what they are now? 82. Same truck. They're going up 4 to 5% a month.
Oh, my goodness.
Your 3/4 ton and 1 ton are increasing in cost about between 4 and 5% a month.
Wow.
Because the demand is just unreal.
That's incredible. I get these flyers in the mail. Hey, we'll buy your truck now. It's paying off. I'm not in the market for that type right now, but interesting.
He bought his 19, he bought it last May for 32. He just appraised it for the deal because he works there. It's at 41.5 right now. He can sell it right now, make 10 grand profit.
Does he eventually see this hitting a peak?
Oh, it's gonna go. My belief, I did economic development for 10 years. What's gonna happen is 90 days after, everybody's using their stimulus money for their down payment. That's why everybody's doing it. Everybody's got a couple grand, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 that they've never had before, and they're using it for down payments. 90 days when they have to start making the rest of their payments, people are gonna stop paying on these cars.
There's gonna be a lot of repo.
There's gonna be a ton of
Then you get your dirt bike.
Then you buy your dirt bike, which they've gone stupid too. Holy cow, they're a lot of money.
Yes, they have.
Oh,
Yeah,
but dirt bikes just, I can't believe what they're getting out of them. The UTVs have held fairly steady.
They have, they're not available. And
You just can't get them.
the manufacturers are starting to get caught up, but they're still.
They got the same problem as cars. They can't get the chips.
Mhm.
Our Chevy dealer there in Price right now has 0 trucks on the lot,
Remember me.
other than a few old ones. And new cars, I think they have
This was
6.
for Julia.
That's at a Chevy
The
dealer.
pecan.
6.
I'll give it to Rami.
I just was there a couple weeks ago, went out to Huntington State Park. I'm actually gonna go be in Castledale.
How are you?
Yeah, Larry Johansson's retired.
Is he really? He's younger than me.
He's retired, so going
You're behind me in school.
to his farewell. He's actually, I had heard, I don't know this, has another job opportunity.
He's not old. He's younger than I am. So.
Yeah.
But he went to work for you guys right out of high school. So.
Yeah, yeah, he did, so.
The future.
Now, you'll drive by that Chevy dealership right there. That'll blow your mind. They've got about maybe 20 cars total on the lot, and I think 11 or 12 of those.
I give them bad bolts. Metal.
Cutoff point on the,
You want to mount?
well, isn't it like 3 point?
Sometimes it is, but I think it really is dependent upon, in the past, it's been like right around somewhere between
No, I
3.2
have-
and 3.8, depending upon the quality of the application.
They're the best.
How the council feels, and sometimes that's why I don't really, put a lot of, me personally, it's great that we rank and score, but I think some of that validity comes into play of, are there the ones that are above that, any hiccups there at a line? And I think there should be a natural cutoff.
Okay, are we gonna be able to see?
It can be really hard to.
If you join Google Meets, you'd be able to share your screen,
I really like when we can see that spreadsheet of how they.
but I don't have access to the score sheet.
It can be frustrating when you see what
We do that on our
really is a
post map.
good
We have an app
project.
on the website that actually does that.
Yeah, I-
substandard information.
How to distribute it, or
I'll send you the Google Meets.
especially the
You want
underserved
it?
communities.
Yeah, can you forward it to me? Because he sent me to YouTube, but I don't know that I saw. it.
Versus.
I hate to say it, this is the easiest it's been in years. I mean, because we've normally got to cut 20 to 25 out.
I am at two.
I mean, we're the
This, if we
Today we got
funding, we can fund them all.
Yeah.
Because
We've
Yeah.
either got.
Biggest I've ever
We don't have a
seen.
lot of those like 12 to
Uh-uh.
14,000.
They're
It's
all
either 100 or 7.
Yeah, there's not much of
big
it.
ass. So either reducing a bunch of them.
I'm,
I think there were a handful though that were
I'm
big
real-
dollars.
Get
in.
in.
Microphone are blocked.
Like that Hutchins one was 100,000.
And what is it, 3?
Oh,
What's that?
365 is what we're
My
looking
camera
at.
and microphone.
Do you have your black?
well, there's 2 I would just immediately, there's 3 I would
I don't know if I can do it.
Well, I wrote down some numbers that we're considering for elimination.
Well, then there's the other one that we should cut 20,000 for the de-water.
Yeah.
And if we did half of the
This is a
whole,
problem.
Yeah, for the trail, yeah.
so there's 65,
Rectify myself
you're almost at 300 right there.
when they worked on my computer.
Is your,
I can send you this.
yeah, if you want to send me, you just want to email me, or is it, do you have it in Google Docs or Google Drive? Is it in there?
I think I downloaded it off of there.
Okay.
oh, that is.
If you want to email it to me, I could probably pull it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to spend our money on our license money.
I'm happy for the nice chairs. I'm quite,
Just I know
This is the
everything
best
that
Yeah,
I-
this is a pretty good room.
It's a different division.
yeah, I like the cool chairs. I'm like, please don't let me go to the Sonic game.
As a hunter, I want to see us using rocks. I don't want them wasting my license money on anything but deer and elk, because there ain't no more.
Sorry, guys, technical difficulties.
You're doing fine.
Haven't had a very good working computer for a while.
Well, my husband, who works for Interior, his computer died. And he had to use a loaner for months because his had to go back to DC to get
Oh,
fixed.
mine doesn't have to go that far.
And he's been mostly teleworking. And he's a judge with Office of Hearings and Appeals, and they have very strict protocols because they used to get hacked a lot.
No.
So he can
Yeah, there
use
you go.
my home wireless, but that's the only wireless he can use. So he'll bring it home and they will have done something in the office and suddenly it won't work.
I don't know why mine does this.
He just now he's been using a loaner and that crashed.
I can show you.
But he just now last week got his computer back from Washington. But then he had to plug it in and the tech guy has to do stuff remotely while he's plugged in
Go
downtown
to the R.
to make it work right. So he sort of held his breath and brought it home and it worked.
Oh, it doesn't show all the colors. Oh, there you go.
Excuse me. And he's a judge?
Yeah, he's an administrative law judge, yeah.
Okay.
For the forest, he does
Still an additional, the
archaeological
red over here.
things.
Does
He
that
does
mean there's
first
still an
licensing.
additional
Really?
$100?
He does a lot of BLM mining and grazing various disputes. He had one Endangered Species Act in Texas
There are
some years ago.
some that
A guy who got mad with Ringling
the
Brothers and
mountain
shot
carry over.
his bull elephant. It's a long story.
What's that?
The Tyler
There's
vet
some
helped
that
him.
mountain ain't carry over.
No, the Tyler vet tried to euthanize by injection and failed. 24 hours later, the owner noticed the elephant was still breathing, so he shot it, and the neighbors heard the shot.
Well, we know,
So the Tyler vet's been delicensed forever. And I forget how much.
I tried
They
to.
brought this elephant's tusk into the court as evidence. And he has apparently been just a beautiful elephant. He had been caught wild,
It won't change.
however many years ago. He gets a little bit of everything of it.
may not carried it over because the way the formula is set up for anything below a 2 or less,
Oh,
because
that's
see,
why.
every number that's a 2 or less, or
Doesn't
even a
have it.
3.
Yep.
Doesn't
That's why.
have a 0, didn't carry over, so that's.
You're right. So it's already cut it off for
The
us.
Oh,
formula
it's
is-
cut it off automatically.
Yeah.
You're
But I think
right.
that's the discussion that the group needs to have, of saying, okay, our next one up is the Mount Pleasant City. It ranks a 3. Some funding, no funding. Anyway, however the council wants to.
Where does that put us funding wise with what it did automatically?
I believe where we are at is we still have, and is this correct, Becky? We still have $3,100, $3,165 available to award.
Based off of where it did the cutoff. So
Where it did the
what
cutoffs.
fell out based off
So
of that?
what fell out was basically anything that was a 3 or less.
Okay, can you?
So we can
hear the
start at
project?
Give us the project numbers.
Project number will be number 8, which
No, that's
is,
what we're over.
we're still over.
Yeah, because we have 1,120,330.
We're deficit of 3,100.
Okay,
So that's a
so we're
negative
still,
number. That's why it's
okay,
red in.
okay, all right, so
We need
that's a
to cut
negative.
that from some.
So we got still, yes, so we
So we
need
had
to,
number 8, which we were considering eliminating anyway.
so we have $3,165 that we need to cut in order to get us down to the $1,117,169. So the projects that ranked 3 or less right now is project number 8, which was the Dixie National Forest, the Cedar City Trail project for the equipment. Mount Pleasant City, which was the Mount Pleasant Trail System and amenities.
Number, it was 26.
That was 26. Number 29, which is the Manti West Trail System. Number 30, which is the Utah Lake Parkway Trail Rehab. And then- Yeah, Hutchings. And then number 31, which is the Town Center I-15 Trail, City of North Salt Lake land acquisition. And I believe that covers it.
So it took out the 4 we were talking about eliminating earlier. And what was it, 29 again?
29 is the
That's
Manti.
Manti-West.
Yeah, the Manti West Trail.
Well, if it were me, if I just wanted to be really simple, I would take money out of number 25, which has got that dewatering.
Oh, yeah.
I would take that.
Well, and I'd still suggest on 25, like having them adjust their budget to where the items that RTP is paying for sure work. I mean, they've got plenty of room there where
Yeah.
RTP could pay for more of the tunnel or something if there's
Yeah, yeah.
concerns about the dewatering.
So
or-
take away the 3,600 and say, but move these things around.
So you're saying reduce the 100,000
96.
from the Provo City, Becky, which I think is, I'm gonna let you do that on your end, which is number 25. So that would drop us down to about 96,000 and some change.
How much room is that?
It will be reduced, the 100,000 will be reduced by $3,165. Unless the council wants to discuss cutting others and maybe looking at elevating another one up. Yeah,
I'll just say the two I had notes for cutting some were 25 and 26.
Those are the same.
And
for me.
26 has been eliminated.
26 was eliminated.
Yeah, I had the same.
So the total for that would be 96,835, 125.
That would put us at zero.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I go ahead and modify that number then on this one?
Really good solutions.
Do it to the right one,
The right one,
to the left.
this
Sorry.
one?
Yes, that one.
So what'd you say?
96.
I don't know if it's gonna allow me to edit.
Bicycle
You up top and enable it once, I think.
Probably gotta download it.
He didn't have special.
I don't wanna do that.
Anti-West to not have any-
So it was 90,
But
It does bring it to zero. It's 96,835.
96,835.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me
And
write
that
this
brings
down.
that total to zero.
We keep these two underpass ones, both 31 and 30 in
So
total.
this one was, what did we say it was, Becky? 96.
835.
Got dropped.
What number was Manti-West?
Yeah, you would have to download that to change
The
it.
Provo one is 25.
Can you review which ones have been taken out completely when you have section?
26, 29.
So, okay, going back, starting from numerical number 1, number 8. Cedar City non-motorized trail maintenance equipment.
Those the e-bikes.
Yeah, or the e-box, gone. Or not, I don't know,
Proposed to be done.
proposed not to be funded. Great call.
Or just take out the bikes part?
The
Doing
the
that?
next one would be application number 2026, which is the Mount Pleasant Trail System and Amenities. Is being discussed for not proposed. Number 29, which is the Manti West Trail System. Number 30, which is the Utah Lake Trail Rehabilitation. And number 31, the Town Center I-15 Trail from the city of North Salt Lake. Those are the, I believe there should be 5.
Did we say 25, removing demolition and dewatering?
25, there was just a discussion of reducing that one down to $96,835, and that puts us at a balance of 0 currently.
And then he'd just make sure the RTP funds the.
And they would
applicable parts of the
administratively
project.
clear up the.
Instead of the dewatering and the.
Now, if there's other discussions that the council want to have about reducing other amounts, that maybe there's one or two projects that they want to
I'll throw one out.
up. So, and we'll have Becky adjust that and then maybe re-email me the new sheet so we can throw it up.
Can you
Yeah.
clarify that these ones that you just said are, we're saying nothing to these?
So
So
as of right now, there's been no motions.
Okay.
No
It's a
seconds.
proposal based on those are the lowest score.
Okay.
So based on lowest scoring as the criteria, those would be eliminated.
And that scoring would be at a 3 or less is where it naturally cut those off.
Thank you. We'll
So-
slow here.
A 3.5 or higher has been
Use new.
discussed for possible funding.
Thanks.
I would love to see a way for the Manti West to be funded. I wish they had a little better proposal, but that's one that I really like. And I still think that's too much for Provo City. Just because, like I say, that I think there could be some cleanup on that and they have some other sources, but that's just my comments. If I was gonna do any horse trading, that's probably where it would be.
I would agree with that. If you could throw 40,000 towards Manti, that'd be neat.
How
Well,
did those ones that didn't get funded, those score out? Just so we're, like, was Manti like the next one that would be funded based on the score?
Your next one is project number 26, which is a 3, and that's the Mount Pleasant Trail System and Amenities Project, and that is a 3.
And then where was the Manti one?
The Manti one is at a 2.5,
Should have done a better job.
Yeah.
and
Well, I
that's
mean, they can
application
come
number
back with it.
29, and they were, so basically, in order, it would, Mount Pleasant City at a 3, and then the only 2.5 that is out there is the Manti one. And then you have all the others, number 8, which is the Dixie, the e-bike one that we discussed, the North Shore Trail of Utah Lake, and then the property acquisition sitting at 2. So those are all tied at 2 even. And I guess I just have a whole different view of it. If there are some that we really, this is Chris talking, because maybe I look at an opportunity here is that, hey, very down year, we only got 32 total applications. Is there a way that we could muster up funding for maybe some of the ones that we believe should receive the funding and move that formula off the needle? And are there some that should not be funded whatsoever? To me, I guess my view is I see 2 that in my view as an administrator, I would probably not consider to fund. But the other 3 that are being discussed, I would look at other high ticketed items to see if we could reduce that and throw a little bit of funding at those 3. And my I guess my staff, and it's only me, well, Becky can weigh in. I shouldn't say just me. My recommendation would be number 8 and number 30.
Are off entirely.
I would.
Okay.
That
Right,
would,
what we have is like Mount
Yeah,
Pleasant
that's
and
an easy-
Manti taking some of 25, because the
Yes.
budget is really bad, giving them a lot of money, and maybe a couple of the other big cities that have $100,000 and giving portion to Manti and Mount Pleasant.
and also North Salt Lake. I look at that property acquisition. Very rarely do we get property acquisitions that roll in, and we've had a really good sustainable track record. And I know I may be going against the grain, but I look at
I mean, the mark,
I look at an opportunity to purchase a corridor, and if it's utilized for a trail and connecting communities, shouldn't that be?
So my question on an acquisition, though, would they even be able to function if we partially funded?
Well, I can't answer that question, but my suspicions are is that they would take probably any funding. It's been my
do we fund 50 to merchant?
it has been my history that there's only been one applicant in 12 years that has debated the amount that we've awarded them. And that was a Forest Service application.
For probably a small amount.
It wasn't me.
I would be.
And
It wasn't me.
Yeah, I was involved in that one.
Well, I mean,
yeah, now
I think
that
we
you
got
could
the
take
2 land
maybe
acquisitions.
the Park City one and the big city ones and give them, take 25,000 out of them and then still do their project. They're
So-
not gonna not do their projects.
well, I haven't gotten to that.
Where are the more affluent places that are other funding sources that could be applied to some of these?
I mean, we've got a $4 million project that needs 100.
Park City, any homeowner?
I mean, I feel like they're,
They're gonna do it.
but that's why I say if you reduce that one and
Well, I think
reduce
there's,
Salt Lake one.
well, I think
too.
that's a thought. There's been a lot of discussion about the Provo River Trail.
Yeah, reduce that
And
one.
maybe some items there that may not sit well with the council that are questionable. Could that be, utilized in another arena? But that,
50 then and split it to another two. 25 and 25.
Bring it up.
But I mean, I would hate to, like, I think that for Provo River to have that 100,000 is gonna be probably more important than a project that has over $4 million. So it gets hard when we start just talking about reducing the people.
But I'm saying the
Other
reason
one.
we do it is because
Because we
that
don't
was a
know how
bad,
critical it
they have
is.
some problems with their application
Yeah.
is not the amount of money. I want to stay based on what
To
they.
Provo
to
River,
Provo River.
yeah.
My reason for saying cutting them is because they had problems with the application. In my,
Right.
not that they have I view it as a good thing we have a $4 million.
Yeah,
I love kicking $100,000 because when we do our report, which is part of the discussion we'll have with UDOT, in the summer, that's part of the report is we leveraged this much.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't been at it as long as you, but there were fewer that were purely 50-50 this year. There were more of them under 50%.
That's true.
I think
There's
you could,
starting to be more
there,
coming in.
there was also, I think, a brief discussion about the Tooele City one and some concerns there. I mean, I'm just like most of you, I'm looking at some of the bigger ticketed items, not saying that they're not worthy of that.
No.
I'm not taking anything away from that, but is there an ability to, and I even realize the two that I've mentioned probably, just like that I'm saying this, that's what, I think we got a good opportunity to maybe walk away and say, look, there were 2 questionable applications and we've tried to fund a little bit for everybody and really maximize this year of
I guess-
downturn from COVID.
I just want to continue that. If we have 2 that we decided not to fund because of questionable applications, those who we cut, I would like to use that as the basis, the application merits, rather than how much money they brought to the table.
Yes.
So, if we were weighting those, I would just want to kind of go against, pull money from those who we think need to do a better job of putting their application. I mean, I think we always will benefit if we encourage them to put together their
I
applications.
mean, when we scored them, we scored those all
Yeah, I scored
high.
based on.
Yeah, and
I mean,
so,
we already incorporated in what we thought of the
I agree.
applications and our scoring, and that is how the scoring came out.
So do we want to,
And if
right
you,
now, identify those that we feel like we can take money out of?
and I'm just going off the scores because I heard someone mention scores. So you look at a lot of 3.5s. So we have a 3.5 here with the Tooele one. There's a 3.5 with the South Summit Trails Foundation. 3.5 with tuna, but that's a small number. You have Wasatch Trails Foundation at a 3.5, Gunnison City at a 3.5. And you know, I can't speak for any of those. You have Layton at a 3.5, but I remember Layton came in when they were originally awarded 2 years ago at 100,000. They didn't bump that up.
Yeah.
They're showing, look, we understood the council. So I would feel, or I would encourage the council saying probably the right thing to do for Layton City is to leave that. But there's a couple of 3.5s in through there that maybe there are questions with their applications.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not even something the council wants to consider. I'm looking at it as an opportunity. Can we do some good?
Yeah.
Do we have the ability to do this?
Well, I think the question comes, do we want to really fund those two others, which I think is the West Manti and the Mount Pleasant, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to what level?
And then
I do think on both, I think especially with the Manti West, I think whatever we could get them, they could utilize fairly effectively because of their cost, you know, and what they're actually trying to accomplish.
And put towards leveraging maybe ULR grant or something next year,
We're doing it in a smaller phase.
right?
That one could be phased a little bit more.
These three are the 100,000 ones.
How many 100,000 ones did we have?
Well, there's a lot of them, but there's four that I think Twila, Summit, Provo, and North Salt Lake could take a chunk out.
For me, my North Salt Lake was by far my lowest R on my scoring. I like,
I'm pulling up Manti's now. So
but Chris is right. I mean, the other thing about North Salt Lake is he's been trying to get them a valid application for a while. So I think I'd like to reward them a little bit because we haven't gotten them there yet.
If we funded Manti and Mount Pleasant half of their request, we'd need to come up with 54,175 from other projects.
I want to see where the funds are going to rehab these Mount Pleasant trails.
Or what trails?
Well, that's
they're
what's
planning-
frustrating is
Or what trails they're
I
even
kind of
planning.
know, I kind of have an idea because I do that sort of thing, but they didn't say anything.
Yeah, like I just don't see where that's.
Is a charity give okay? Like
Horse
$20,000
people are not
instead of-
strong administratively, generally speaking.
Just want to make sure it's not going all towards a facility and actually going towards trail.
I'm sorry?
If you said you
Just not all towards the facilities, but
give
going
you
towards. trail.
20,000. I think
Well,
it's-
and that's what that's what.
So I mean, if you were to
57 was the line item
reduce
just for
Willis
trails.
City to 75, you were to reduce
the-
Merchant Meadows to
so the-
75, Provo River to 75,
Mhm.
and Town Center I-15 to 75, and then we drop Utah Lake Rehab and the Cedar City, like, so number 8 and number 30, then that puts us at 1.1 million. And it would fund the trail project. I cut it in half for Manti West and for what's the other one? Mount Pleasant.
I like that solution personally.
I mean, then all those big dollar asks still get $75,000, but then we can fund 30 to Mount Pleasant and
Everybody but
40 to Manti West.
Yeah.
And to answer Julia's question regarding, the trails with the Mount Pleasant City one, what I would do is administratively
Yeah.
go back and say, look, this is what we're looking at. I need a map. in a
Yeah.
week,
Yeah.
identifying all the trails, and I
who's
need a
doing the
letter of
work?
support from the agency that the
Yeah.
work is on.
Well, and who's that going to be doing that work? Because we still don't know that. Like,
And I may have to reach out to you and say, what were those points again, Cheryl? But I think those are valid
Yeah.
questions to ask. in regards to maybe assist the council with that discussion that's taking place. So
We also, you said something about Big Easy, you had concerns with that budget.
Yeah, a little bit. Which one was that?
That's another high ticket.
so that's application number 21. It was the Wasatch Trails Foundation one at 72.6.
Oh, very tight, didn't it?
Yeah, it did rank really high.
Yeah.
I just have some budget. I don't see
What
the
was the-
detail, but.
What was the number again for that? What did I say?
Even like
21. Let me look it up.
17, so we could even add a little bit.
Big Easy. Right. So we don't need to look at others right now.
Is everyone in favor?
So the-
generally of the Cheryl compromise?
I think the only, I do only, I'm just wondering whether we also include in that North Salt Lake one. To me, that's the other question is whether we
Yeah.
want to
Well,
throw
that's,
something. to
that
North
is
Salt
in
Lake.
there. It's
So-
75 for them.
Yeah, 75.
So if we did that,
For
we
that
get
town
them
center.
theirs and
And there's still 16, like there'd still be almost 17,000 that we'd need to program back into.
So the
I just went with like trying to be consistent across the board on some of those big 100,000 to see where it got us.
the Big Easy Trail in Round Valley, it basically is, it's 26,400 feet by 5 miles of trail at $5.50 a linear foot, which is close to a $1.45, 200, and they just divided it equally on a 50-50 split.
yeah, that was my, that one, and I think it was one of the ones that had the letters to some letters wrong, but we didn't have major problems with it.
And I didn't quite hear what Cheryl's proposal was, cutting maybe all the 100
Just a second.
The 75.
minus obviously.
We can do it, and once again, I want to stay respectful of people's times. We've got 2 more action items in addition to this on the agenda as well, so I would like to wrap it up if possible. We've got to approve our minutes and establish our next meeting date before we adjourn as well.
You got it? You want to make a motion?
I've got some numbers. So I put actually some of them back up to 80,000 and that gets us still within $1,800, but that we can figure out that $1,800. But basically what that would be like not moving forward number 8 and number 30, which I think we're all in agreement on. That would be reducing number 20 to 80,000, which is Tooele City. It would be reducing number 25, which is Provo, or wait, no, sorry, number 23, which was the Marchant Meadows to 80,000. Number 25, reducing to 80,000, which is Provo City, and then Mount Pleasant giving them 30,000. And then Manti West Trail System giving them 40,000. And reducing the town center I-15 trail number 31 to 75,000. As long this math should all be good, but that puts us at 1,115,334.
Still got about 2K.
So we still got about $2,000 that could be put back in whatever one of those we wanted to. But I mean, that gets us funding to the Manti West and to the.
I think that's very fair.
And it still gets good. I mean, that's still a good chunk of funding to all of those entities.
And
Absolutely.
I just appreciate the council willing to hear me out.
Yeah.
This is one of those unique situations coming in off of COVID that we have an opportunity here, I think, to do some really good things.
Yeah.
My recommendation would be take it's hers, and then the difference, I would recommend throwing it to the property acquisition of the POA. So that extra,
Yeah.
whatever that
That
extra.
extra 18.
That's so well leveraged that I think every dollar we can do there is a benefit, and I think we're gonna see other projects come out of that one.
So
That would be the
81.
Merchant Meadows.
Yeah.
So Marchant Meadows would turn to 81,835, and then we're zeroed out.
So Becky, that one, and we may have to ask Cheryl.
I'll make it.
Hang on, he's just
Hang on, David.
gonna verify.
Wanna
Make sure the
make
math all
sure
works.
that Becky's got everything that she
You know,
needs.
you guys
So,
went way too fast.
Yeah.
so
Sorry, I'm a numbers.
Application number 20 at 80K.
You got that one.
So 8 and 30 would be 0.
Yeah, 8 and 30, 0.
23 would be 81.
That's all right.
Got the one.
Okay. Are you on number
Hold
20?
on. Okay. 8.
8 is 0.
You go to 20, I have 80,000.
Yep.
And then the next one that got modified was number 23, and that one would be at 81,835. And then 20, I'll let you tell me when you're ready, Becky.
Good.
25 would be to 80.
Okay.
26 would be 30.
Just jumped.
Then Manti West, number 29 would be 40. And then we already said 0 to 30, and then 31 would be 75,000. As long as your math adds up the same way my math adds up.
Okay, I'm gonna fix some things here.
It was good
Oh,
food.
no.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We got a 0 missing. Hang on a second.
Got like a 10,000 left over or something.
No, there's a project that's in here is 10,000, so 100,000, it's a big deal. Let's see. Stop.
My computer's locked up.
It's all right. We might have some more adjusting to do. Let's see.
I don't have a blue screen, but it's just this thinking. I don't know.
Double checking all my numbers. Or more.
80.
Yeah.
Too much for all three.
Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Numbers.
What was our highest score? Is that you went to Wasatch Cash?
Um,
Oh, and.
Highest. you had SLCA had a 4 or 5. Other 4 or 5 was Grand County, and then UWC. So those were the 4 or 5s,
Okay, tell me what
4.5s.
23 was again, because it,
Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust them because I had one that was, the number was over to 10,000 instead of 100,000.
43 was-
Makes a big difference.
Marshall.
Give me just a second.
I have 81,835 is what you went back up to on that.
Yeah, but I'm saying they have to adjust because my formula wasn't quite right.
wait,
Oh,
hold
wait.
on.
I'm double checking them all.
Okay, so this one's 0. No, I think I have 23 right. 31.
$1,000.
Yeah, 31 would go to 75,000.
Mike, do we do site visits?
What's that? Yeah, we,
Site visits?
30.
yeah, we, in the past, we've had actually council members help him with some of those on the ones that are geographically close to us to kind of help as needed. Haven't done it as much lately, but. Where I have those heart pills for the stuff. That makes me leak easily. Actually, I just got taken off of this week. Thank goodness.
That's good.
1 year anniversary.
Clotting?
I had 2 heart stents, 85% blocked. Yeah,
Whoa.
Google Sheets.
so they had to put me on a coagulant for a year.
Wow.
Have faith, have faith.
On
That was the beginning of COVID. You get that?
Yeah, in fact, it was the week after the first lockdown.
Oh,
My
fun.
procedure was. Yeah, it was interesting.
Okay. Let's do this.
Glad it was elective.
It's,
Okay, so number 8 is at 0, correct? So read them through for me.
yeah, I'm still,
So
I'm almost,
UWC is still at 100.
Yep.
Cedar Mountain still regular. Fish Lake is at 50. Grand County at 17. Are we reducing Gunnison?
Which number is that?
One?
We have not yet.
No,
That one's
okay.
still at 100,000.
That, okay.
which one was Gunnison?
Gunnison was the number probably 5.
G Hill,
Oh, yeah, G-Hill.
So we have the Pleasant Grove City one. Did we say we won? That was the Battle Creek restroom. Is that,
We're gonna take that one down.
okay, that one did not go down.
No.
Tooele City one, did that go down?
Yeah, and it's gonna have to go down more, because like I say, so it's probably, that's why I'm trying to reduce them to see where we need to get those other projects still
I'm just
some.
gonna-
I think it's gonna have to be like 60 for Tooele City.
Okay, Mountain Trails, Summit Land Conservancy, which is the Merchant Meadows.
That one's at 71,835.
Okay, hang on.
It's round number.
71835.
835.
Okay. Let's see.
So you did Pleasant Grove City.
Oh, how do I?
Okay, now I'm back. But
Oh, no.
I
What was
think
it?
it was at 100.
Was it 100?
Yeah, it was.
Is that right? Okay. So Summit Land Conservancy was at 81.
no, 71,
71.
835.
71835. Okay.
Provo River, I dropped down to 50, lower than the other ones, because it seemed like that was one we all had concerns with. So
Okay. And then Mount Pleasant City was at 30.
they're gonna need to get probably 25.
Let's just go with 30 for now.
It'll be 5,000 over.
Well, Manti, we said 40.
It's gonna have to be 30
Still slugging it out here.
30.
or 25.
Okay.
One of those probably need to be 25. And then Town Center I-15, number 31 would be 60.
Okay, thanks.
What was that? The North
North Salt Lake
60.
and Hutchings, we took.
And Hutchings off.
Okay. So then that, yeah, I gotta go, because that's our number now, so I need to go in. What was the other one? Because I put it at 70.
You still got 100,000 there for.
You got Hutchins that needs to go to 0.
Yeah, you still have 100,000 left over.
Yeah, because I have a different.
Yeah, Hutchings is 0.
That's what, no, it's not even what I have.
And then the
That's
Cedar
what I
City.
have. Oh, it's not.
Okay,
How do I have some?
What did you have?
you still got 20,000. So does that come off the,
Start from the top again. Something down there. Take it from there.
I think I'm there.
Take Cedar Mountain number 2 off.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, it's the other cedar. It was the other
It
cedar.
was the other sheet.
I have
Was
it.
it number 8?
Number 8 is off, yeah.
You know?
Same mountain. Different applicant.
Oh, yeah, the Nordic. Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that.
So we got about 20, we got 20,000. So
How many numbers again?
for which one?
Just start at the top. Let's just go down what you got. That's all.
Okay,
So we need to take another 20 out.
I think so. So UWC, 100K. Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club, 7,020. Fish Lake National Forest, 50,000. Grand County, 17,040. Gunnison City, 100,000. Anti-LaSalle, St. Pete Ranger District, 32,1. Wasatch Trails Foundation, 59,000. The e-bikes, Dixie National Forest Goose Egg, Tuna, $9,750. Pleasant Grove City, $100,000. South Summit Trails Foundation, 84,524. Tooele City, 75,000.
60,000.
60,000.
Yeah.
All right. Mountain Trails Foundation, 72,600. Summit Land Conservancy at 71,835.
Yeah.
Provo City, 50,000.
Yep.
Mount Pleasant City, 30,000.
That one, either that one probably or Manti West needs to go down to 25. One of those two.
Well, which one ranked higher? So it looked to me like,
The Pleasant City one.
so it looks like the Mountain Trail Builders should pro Manti, where it ranked lower. How about if we put that at 25? Recommended. I'm just talking out loud. Based upon scores.
You guys have to consider.
Let's see, Layton City, we said keep it 75.
Yeah.
SLCA 45. City of North Salt Lake, 60,000. And then North Logan at 68,300.
That should be-
What's this at?
0, woo-hoo.
Wow, good on you. That's a good one.
Brilliant.
I got it saved.
Cool, because I don't know if I can.
Do that
I got
modify
it saved.
I don't know if I could go in and modify anything in Google Sheets. You're awfully lucky. I actually just went in there.
You're lucky I
I'm
went
kidding.
with-
I just downloaded, worked on
Well,
it.
that feels good though. I mean, that still gives those bigger projects. a
So
good
if
chunk of
everybody's
change
comfortable with that,
and fund those two
I would
small
entertain a
ones.
motion. Once again, the process will be this. We'll put that motion together. We'll actually get the summary presented. We'll combine it with the motorized. That'll be submitted. There'll be some conversation between Chris and some of the applicants on just a few remaining questions, and then we will present that as a joint. Chris, when's that plan meeting, you know?
So I do have a proposed date
Okay.
for a combined, but we can talk that about.
We can do that even electronically after we've actually done it.
And it will, so I would prefer that we just do it virtually because we're coming from all different corners of the state of Utah. And I think just going through Google Meets and that, your counterparts across the aisle suggested Tuesday, June 1st at 5 p.m.
40th birthday.
Is it really?
I'll be
Do
in
you want
Virginia.
just him or do you want any else?
Of
I'll be
course.
in Hurricane, but I can tune in.
Typically, we just need to make sure we've got a quorum if possible. And then the chairs, we usually flip flop each year. I think it's Mike's this year, isn't it?
But we don't have to go with that date. That's just what they threw out. I'm going to be gone the entire week of the 6th down in Escalante for work. But we could look at a 14th or 15th. The concern is just trying to get that over to UDOT in a timely manner.
What was the date you threw out?
June 1st.
First at 5 is what they suggested.
It's actually fine.
Well, I guess I can do 15th too.
That's usually a relatively
It's okay
fast
with me as
meeting,
long as
too.
it's a
I would
fast
do
one.
that long distance.
Yeah, it's,
I can do the first at 5.
it'll be, if things go good, 45 minutes or less.
Yeah.
If things go good.
And you'll still have a quorum if I bow out.
Yeah, we can make it work.
Love you guys, but 40 is a big one.
Might
not be right.
So do you need a motion?
I do. Let's have a motion on the revised, final, the revised
That
total.
motion include, we were gonna follow up on the dewatering and stuff. Is that part of the motion?
That'll be administratively handled.
That's administrative, okay.
So I move to approve what we recommend to
The
go,
budget. that's
yeah,
been
the
prepared.
budget that's presented up before it.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, so we need to go ahead and call them out. Becky.
Can you guys state your names for the motion? Just.
It's David.
Made the motion.
There.
Sarah seconded.
And it's on our recording.
All right, so Sarah, yea or nay? Yay?
Yay.
Dave,
Yay.
Mike, yay.
Cheryl, yes.
Julia, yes. Beverly, yes.
You were doing yays and you went to
Yes,
yes.
it works. It all works.
Yay
They don't
feels
wanna
like
back
a
up.
party or something.
So let's, I'm okay with that June 1st date if everybody else is. Is that the only other date we gotta worry about right now, Chris? That date?
That's what they suggested.
I'm fine
We
with it.
just gotta, what we'd have to do is just get it posted, do an agenda. I can't remember who was chair
Is
last
that enough
year.
time to post? Under the-
I think according to the act, we just have to post within 24 hours. I mean, I think the agenda's really easy. I think Becky should be able to post it
We should do it by the-
before Friday, I would think. I gotta ask Becky that question.
Let me just double check mine, because I do think I have.
Do you think you could
hear
get
that?
tomorrow
Yeah, as
afternoon?
long as I
So
know what's on the
Tuesday
agenda.
should be fine.
Well, I think yeah, we'll pull up a preview.
So that one should that one be a motion, Chris?
Sorry, what was that?
Should that be, that date setting, should that be a motion, or we'll just accept what they?
Yeah,
suggest?
I think this council has to do a motion and then approve it to meet for the combined at that date and time, and it'll be virtually.
I mean, I accept the motion to meet on June 1st at 5 o'clock.
I'll make that motion.
Beverly? Who's seconding that for me? Anyone?
I'll second.
Sarah? And same thing. All in favor?
Yay.
What's your name first?
Sarah? Yay.
David, yay.
Mike, yay.
Cheryl, yes.
Julia, yes. Beverly, yes.
It's just the table size. That motion passes. And then we also do have one more action item, which is the agenda from the last year's meeting. Right?
Meeting minutes.
I read them and I have,
Minutes, sorry.
I have no additions or revisions. So I move we accept those minutes from May 15th, 2020, if I remember right.
It's Beverly making a motion. Who would like to second that?
They were held on the 21st.
21st, I was off by a day. Oh, okay.
Cheryl, a second.
Same thing. We'll start with you, Sarah.
Sarah, yay.
David, yay.
Mike, yay.
Cheryl, yes.
Julia, yay. Beverly, yay.
Converted 1 out of 3.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for your service. We don't need a second to adjourn. Let's have a motion. Once again, I appreciate everybody taking a whole day out of their busy schedules to do this, so.
Yes, we do too.
You guys, a lot of good projects.
Yes.
They're getting better all the time.
They are getting better.
Yeah.
I guess I would
I
have
got it.
been more single use though than we've had. I mean, there were a lot of just bike, it was just climbing, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just making an
Right.
observation.
I think
There was some bike
I
that.
think they put all their money into the chairs and then.
Right.
Because a
right.
3-foot trail isn't going to accommodate a bike and a horse.
I was looking.
And I can't vote, but I'll give you guys a yay for this meeting. Well done.
No, you deserve, if you stuck through all of that.
See, Evan, that feels like the correct use of yay.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yay.
Cheers, you guys. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
I have to do a motion to adjourn.
We didn't forget you, we just didn't
See you
remember.
guys.
We did adjourn.
Bye. Travel
Thanks.
safe.
We did,
Yeah.
okay.
Anybody